If everybody can please make their way into the conference room. I know we still have a few folks outside in the queue for the translation equipment, but we will be getting started momentarily as soon as Arvind gives me the high sign. Was that the high sign? Well, on behalf of our gracious hosts, the Tribunal Electoral del Poder Judicial de la Federación, and also the International Center for Parliamentary Studies, as well as the support from our friends at Smartmatic and all of the vendors who are here today. It is my pleasure and my prerogative to take the opportunity to declare this symposium now open. Thank you. And I want to take special opportunity to thank the Tribunal Electoral. They have gone above and beyond the call of duty, organizing such beautiful weather for our stay. The good part and the bad part. The good part is it's beautiful outside. The bad part is we're in here. So one of the things that I'm going to ask you all to assist me with over the course of the next day and a half is if we work together and we try to keep our presentations and our interventions as brief as possible, but as brilliant as possible, then we will make sure to end, so we'll give you a little bit of time to see a little bit of beautiful Puerto Vallarta and enjoy a little bit of the natural surroundings. So we'll look forward to the next day and a half. Let me start by just saying that I think it's very fitting that we are gathered here in Puerto Vallarta in order to celebrate democracy, because just a few days ago, the world witnessed a breathtaking example of how people who had been beaten down for many years, whose choice in elections 25 years ago was taken away, they went to the polls in massive numbers, and they cast their ballots, and Aung San Suu Kyi, at the moment, it is still looking as though she and her party will form the next government. And it is an example of the importance of people power and the importance of elections as a means of putting people power into action. Now, elections are the bedrock of democracy. And so that's one of the reasons why this meeting here is so important. A lot of discussion is heard in the media, in academia, about elections. But when I started as the president of IFAS in 1988, I realized that there was a void. There were very few people that were actually focused on the importance of the process itself, and even more importantly, the role of independent and professional election administration as a means to guarantee that the voice of the people is actually heard. And so that's one of the reasons I think it's especially fitting that we are gathered here in Mexico, because this is a country that exemplifies what can happen. The reforms that they enacted here in the mid-1990s were breathtaking and sweeping and have really made Mexico one of the great examples that democracies, electoral democracies around the world look to. The structure that was developed is a good one. But one of the things that I think the more you work at this business, and you in particular, because you were the ones on the front line that helped to guarantee the process. And what you see is that there is no such thing as electoral nirvana. We must always be continuing to strive to improve the process, to do whatever we can to move to the next level. And here again in Mexico is another example. On top of the reforms that were implemented in the 90s, just last year, Mexico once again implemented a series of sweeping constitutional electoral reforms that have really worked to try to strengthen the whole democratic and the electoral process. So it's very exciting and very fitting that we are gathered here today for this meeting. And I think as you look out around this room, and we have more than 30 countries altogether that are represented at this symposium, and it shows how the election administrators around the world really can benefit greatly by having the opportunity to have meetings, venues such as this, where they can exchange information, experiences. And overall, it helps to enrich the whole literature and advance the field of election administration. That's one of the reasons why 25 years ago, I worked with the founder of IFAS, and my good friend Jean-Pierre Kingsley, who later served as president of IFAS. We were together in Budapest for the very first symposium of the Association of Central and Eastern European Election Officials, which will celebrate its 25th anniversary next year. And it's important to mention that because through that activity, I came to understand that the best way to promote democracy is not by sending core teams of so-called experts in to try to tell people what to do. But democracy is a participatory process. It's a two-way process. And in order to get people to buy in to the process, they have to take ownership of the decisions. So the importance of ACOOO, of gatherings like this, of AWEB, of so many of the other activities that bring election administrators together is vital because it focuses attention on the important role that you play as a part of the process to guarantee that people can trust the process and that they can be assured that their votes will be accurately counted. So over the course of the next day and a half, we're going to be talking about a lot of topics that relate to the overall field of election administration. In addition to that, even though it's not officially on the agenda as a topic, election technology is another area that is very important. And of course, we're all pleased to have our vendors who are here. I encourage all of you to take the opportunity during the coffee breaks to go up and talk to them. And if you need a little bit more time, set an appointment later on so that you can come back after the sessions and have a little bit more in-depth presentation and demonstration. But it underscores the fact that advancing elections requires putting the emphasis on sufficient training, professionalism, and independence of election management bodies. That's what this meeting, what this symposium is all about. That's what the awards ceremony is about, to recognize you, because so often the election administrators are like what we used to say, the Maytag repairman, the loneliest man, the loneliest person in town. People don't ever really focus on what you do until there's a close election or there's a problem. So I congratulate all of you for the wonderful work that you are doing in your countries to advance democracy, and working together, we can make sure that elections are brought forward into the 21st century, so one day we will be able to realize the UN Declaration, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that guarantees the right to vote to every person. Thank you very much. And now it's my pleasure to introduce to you the CEO of the International Center for Parliamentary Studies, the gentleman who has overseen all this, and he and his wonderful team who have put this together. I present to you Matt Gokul. Matt.
Thank you, Richard. It's a real honor to be introduced by an absolute legend. Thank you very much. I'm honored to have Richard here in electoral affairs. He's a real legend. I don't know anyone who has contributed as much as he has. And thank you very much for accepting to host these meetings. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief of Staff of the Electoral Tribunal, Mr. Jose Luis Ceballos, chairs of electoral commissions from around the world, eminent guests, all protocol respected. As you know, this is the 11th meeting, and I just want to thank you all for the support that you have provided during these 11 years of constantly striving to make things better in this field. ICPS is essentially a capacity building and training organization, and we support governments from around the world in their effort for better governance and democracy. There's a famous saying that goes like, information is the currency for democracy. And as any currency, the real value of it is the exchange. It is only in the exchange of any currency that you really get the value of it. And this is why 10 years ago we took a commitment with this community. We took a commitment to create a platform for this community for better exchange. And this is why we have adopted the formula that we have adopted here, to have all the stakeholders within the same room, because it is only with equal treatment of all stakeholders that real exchange can take place, that real cooperation can take place. There is, Mexico is the source for great wisdom, and there's a Mexican proverb that goes like this: in youth we learn, and in old age we understand. This community has understood a lot in these 10 years that we have been engaged in. This community has understood that their best training manual is through the experience of their peers. This community has also understood that innovation in this area is very closely led by technology. And recently, the whole world went through financial turmoil, and in time of fiscal austerity, this industry has also understood that their research and development arm could actually be their industry partners, the people, the vendors who are constantly trying to make things better in their respective fields, and takes away the burden from electoral commissions who, to a large extent, have the burden of carrying and cutting their budgets. This is the first time that we are in this part of the world, and I hope it is not going to be the last time. This is a beautiful place, and the people are extremely welcoming. And I want to thank the tribunal for all their support, and also Alberto, who's the absolute star of electoral affairs, having taken all the awards, the Leonardo DiCaprio of the electoral world. Everyone who were with us last year in Cape Town would remember that the tribunal took more than 80% of all the awards. So congratulations for that, and thank you so much for your support. I'd like to thank Smartmatics, our main sponsor, for all their effort in helping us to make these happen, but also all the industry representatives who are here. Without you, not only these meetings would not be what they are, but also electoral affairs would not be what they are. I wish you all a great conference, and I hope we all have a good time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we will have the opportunity to hear from Licenciado José Luis Ceballos, Chief of Staff of the Tribunal Electoral del Poder Judicial de la Federación. I can't believe I was able to say that all in one sentence. Anyway, thank you. Gracias. Adelante.
Muy buenos días a todos. Es un honor para mí en esta ocasión estar en este evento tan importante en representación del magistrado presidente Constancio Carrasco Daza. Y es mi deseo agradecer al Centro Internacional para Estudios Parlamentarios, representado en este acto por su presidente Matt Kochel, y al Consejo Asesor de Elecciones Internacionales y a su presidente Richard Surriet. Es también, quiero agradecer sustancialmente a Alberto Guevara, coordinador de Asuntos Internacionales de la Coroa del Tribunal, que realiza estos eventos, y también es un honor para mí estar con el señor Chandler Molina, director general de esta empresa tan interesante para la democracia que es Smartmatic. Concebir, dialogar y discutir políticas públicas con el propósito de encontrar rasgos homogéneos en torno a la democracia es sin duda una encomienda actual. La democracia se enriquece con base en las experiencias obtenidas de todos los países del mundo. Cuando varios estados centran sus esfuerzos en este sentido, ponen de manifiesto una preocupación firme por construir o desarrollar su democracia, fundamentalmente porque comparten preocupaciones comunes, o bien porque profesan un sentido de solidaridad. Si ese proceso de diálogo se construye entre órganos parlamentarios, asociaciones civiles, entidades académicas, personas morales de derecho privado o incluso empresas con especulación comercial, el propósito se vuelve aún más loable, porque se pone de relieve una perspectiva social, igualitaria e incluyente de la democracia. Pero cuando el ejercicio se realiza por países tan distintos, con diferentes perspectivas, situaciones políticas, estados económicos diferenciados y sobre todo una diversa contextura ideológica, social e incluso religiosa, la riqueza del evento es mayor. La democracia adquiere una verdadera visión universal. El evento que hoy se inaugura tiene ese primer componente, enfocado sustancialmente a encontrar los filamentos básicos que buscan edificar una sociedad de derechos a través de abrevar con otras visiones diferenciadas. Las formas de gobierno pueden ser muy distintas, el modo en que se desarrollen los esquemas parlamentarios también, y la manera de tomar decisiones en los estados pueden ser versátiles, pero los conceptos de libertad y dignidad son un patrimonio global, son indiscutibles. En esta oportunidad, y con motivo precisamente del informe que rindió el señor presidente el día martes, quiero transmitirles algunas de las líneas de acción que viene desplegando esta gestión administrativa del Tribunal Electoral y que ha enfocado la defensa de los derechos políticos desde dos ángulos sustanciales, desde las decisiones jurisdiccionales que toma y desde el ámbito administrativo que despliega. Sin duda, ustedes conocen que en México el Tribunal Electoral imparte la función jurisdiccional en materia electoral y conoce de muchos asuntos diferentes. Conoce, por supuesto, de las impugnaciones, de las apelaciones que se presentan contra el Instituto Nacional Electoral, conoce también contra actos de tribunales de las entidades federativas y peculiarmente también conoce de actos que se despliegan al interior de los partidos políticos. Como podemos ver, el Tribunal Electoral está en el núcleo de los procesos electorales. Tan solo este año, el Tribunal Electoral resolvió, en la lógica del procedimiento federal electoral, asuntos vinculados con la integración de autoridades electorales, los organismos públicos locales y los tribunales de las entidades federativas. Su proceso de nombramiento fue verificado por el Tribunal Electoral. También fue una innovación el que ahora, por mandato constitucional y legal, es posible que a petición de un partido político, el Tribunal Electoral analice como una facultad que originalmente le compete al INE, los procesos internos de los partidos políticos. Cada vez el tribunal borda más temas vinculados con procesos de partidos políticos y de esa forma participa en la democracia nacional. Pero por supuesto que es una interrogante válida la siguiente: ¿qué papel juegan los procesos electorales en la democracia? ¿Son una precondición para su existencia? ¿O simplemente los procesos electorales son una vía instrumental y la democracia es sustantiva? Podemos preguntarnos eso. Ese es el foco de atención en donde esta nueva gestión administrativa del tribunal centra sus acciones e identifica que un tribunal electoral, para desarrollar una defensa eficaz de los derechos políticos, tiene que desplegar una acción dual, tanto en el ámbito judicial, que es su función esencial, como en el orden administrativo. En el orden administrativo, ¿en dónde centra la atención el Tribunal Electoral? En el uso eficiente de los recursos públicos, en los principios de racionalidad, austeridad, economía, eficiencia y honradez, por supuesto, como ejes fundamentales de toda su actuación. Sin duda, ese actuar dual es el único camino para generar una legitimidad real de un Tribunal Constitucional Electoral. El presidente Constancio Carrasco Daza, en su informe, fue enfático al describir este actuar doble. Señaló: los derechos políticos son indispensables en la formación y permanencia de los estados nacionales modernos, al ser condición para la materialidad de los derechos programáticos de orden económico, social y cultural, fundamentales para alcanzar el bienestar general. Los derechos políticos son presupuestos de otros derechos humanos. Cuando un Estado dirige su código esencial de justicia hacia el respeto de valores universales, se genera el único escenario posible para dar cabida a las libertades individuales y colectivas, señaló. Al insertarse en el espacio básico de la democracia, los derechos políticos consolidan y armonizan, dan forma y enlazan, unen en la diversidad y aseguran a todos. Son el mejor instrumento que tiene la sociedad para moderar el ejercicio del poder público. No es posible concebir una auténtica sociedad de derechos sin antes asegurar los derechos ciudadanos. Y mencionó: esa es la esencia de la justicia electoral. Sobre esa premisa podemos preguntarnos: ¿por qué un tribunal electoral exige además una conducta apegada a principios de racionalidad administrativa, si su función esencial es dar solución a controversias en materia político-electoral? ¿Hacia dónde deben dirigirse los programas y acciones de un tribunal constitucional electoral? El tribunal ha comprendido que sus principales programas deben reconocer la necesidad de transitar también a un esquema eficiente en el entorno administrativo que resguarda su actividad administrativa. Entender que no solo las acciones jurisdiccionales son las que garantizan su legitimidad constitucional, sino que deben de ir complementadas con un actuar responsable, racional, eficaz y eficiente, es fundamental. Por ello quisiera compartirles cuáles han sido esos ejes de actuación dual. El tribunal ha puesto atención en la capacitación y profesionalización de su personal administrativo. Ha reconocido a la paridad de género como eje estructural de su actuación. Ha otorgado una especial tutela a grupos en situación de vulnerabilidad, como son las comunidades indígenas y sus integrantes. Y fundamentalmente ha propiciado y fomentado una interacción internacional y vinculación con otros órganos, como en este caso acontece en este encuentro de carácter internacional. En el ámbito administrativo, sustrajo esencialmente el derecho a la buena administración pública. cuya premisa radica en que la organización estatal debe fincar sus propósitos en la persona y dirigir todas sus acciones a la preservación de condiciones que permitan el resguardo de la dignidad humana como objetivo esencial del Estado. La Convención de las Naciones Unidas contra la Corrupción ha precisado la dimensión que tiene un esquema administrativo pulcro para prevenir uno de los grandes flagelos que aquejan a muchas sociedades contemporáneas, la corrupción, principal amenaza para la estabilidad y seguridad de las sociedades, por trastocar instituciones y valores esenciales de la democracia. En este semestre, que corre de abril hasta esta fecha, se ha renovado la normativa de adquisiciones, arrendamientos, prestación y servicios y obra pública. Ahora, todos los procedimientos que tienen verificativo ante el comité del tribunal encargado de las adquisiciones se difunden en la página oficial del tribunal en tiempo real y permanecen consultables en la red. Todos los tramos del proceso de contratación, así, han sido permeados con este nuevo ejercicio de transparencia. Se ha incrementado, por supuesto, y de manera consecuente, los procedimientos de licitación pública y ha disminuido, en una lógica objetiva, el procedimiento de adjudicación directa. El Comité de Adquisiciones se ha constituido como el ente exclusivo a través del cual se desahogan todas las solicitudes o peticiones de audiencia relacionadas con esos procesos. En otro contexto, se ha dirigido la acción hacia la profesionalización administrativa. Se han reconocido las mejores prácticas para garantizar que los procesos de auditoría y control interno se lleven a cabo por personas altamente calificadas y reconocidas profesionalmente. El tribunal ha encontrado que legitimar sus procedimientos administrativos no es una cosa ajena a su función esencial. Es necesario que la sociedad advierta que quien dilucida las controversias jurisdiccionales en materia electoral cuenta con un procedimiento depurado de investigación de responsabilidades de sus funcionarios a través del máximo profesionalismo, experiencia y capacidad. La sociedad debe percibir con absoluta certeza que existe también una legitimidad funcional y administrativa del tribunal. Por ello se firmó un marco de colaboración con el Instituto Mexicano de Auditores Internos y se está llevando a cabo un diplomado en control interno y riesgos a funcionarios administrativos que despliegan actividades vinculadas con el gasto público. Sin duda, el funcionamiento del tribunal tiene que reconocer esta dinámica de profesionalización y certificación internacional en la que estamos inmersos. Desde otro ángulo, y como les comentaba, también ha sido importante el avance en cuanto a la perspectiva de género. El pasado proceso electoral evidenció un incremento de la demanda de mujeres con relación a la defensa de derechos políticos. El 34.15% de las demandas fueron promovidas por mujeres. Nuestra Constitución Federal en el año 2014 reconoció que la paridad de género debe prevalecer tratándose de candidaturas y cargos legislativos. Esa reforma constitucional no fue casual, respondió a un reclamo de organizaciones de la sociedad civil, grupos de mujeres, políticas, académicas, artistas, que en la pluralidad pugnaban por una mayor presencia de cargos de representación popular. El tribunal, a través de sus decisiones, determinó que las acciones afirmativas que se realizan en favor de las mujeres son medidas especiales de carácter temporal que se adoptan con el propósito de garantizar una igualdad sustantiva. Sin embargo, el tribunal no se detuvo en ese análisis de decisiones judiciales. En congruencia mínima, hoy se está instrumentando un acuerdo que se denomina Acuerdo General para el Ingreso, Promoción y Desarrollo de la Carrera Judicial con Paridad de Género. Este proyecto se inscribe en un espacio de deberes que tiene el Estado mexicano en el orden convencional. El Comité para la Eliminación de la Discriminación contra la Mujer, en su recomendación número 5, conminó a los estados parte a utilizar con mayor frecuencia medidas especiales de carácter temporal como la acción positiva y el trato preferencial, para que la mujer se integre con paridad a la vida laboral. Este proyecto incluye licencias y jornadas escalonadas que permitan a las mujeres, pero muy particularmente a las mujeres trabajadoras y servidoras públicas, que también son madres, contender en paridad de género para el ingreso y promoción de la carrera judicial. Así, el tribunal no nada más reconoció en el ámbito jurisdiccional ese desequilibrio original y lo transitó hacia el orden administrativo, garantizando la participación de las mujeres en concursos y programas de capacitación. Por otro lado, otro aspecto fundamental en esta acción dual ha sido el desarrollo de la protección de las comunidades indígenas y sus integrantes. En el camino que hoy impulsa nuestro artículo 2 hacia una democracia intercultural, se han sentado precedentes orientados por los principios de autogobierno y autodeterminación de las comunidades indígenas. Se ha adoptado el interés legítimo a favor de grupos que se encuentran en desventaja, con el objetivo de eliminar obstáculos procesales para que estas personas y estas comunidades acudan con eficiencia al orden judicial a defender sus derechos. En el ámbito administrativo también se encontró un actuar consecuente. De conformidad con el artículo 12 del Convenio sobre Pueblos Indígenas y Tribales en Países Independientes, se ordena el deber de tomar medidas para garantizar que los miembros de los pueblos puedan comprender y hacerse comprender en procedimientos legales, mediante intérpretes u otros medios eficaces. El Consejo de Derechos Humanos de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas ha expresado que el acceso a la asistencia jurídica a estas comunidades incluye el derecho a contar con una defensa profesional y gratuita. Para cumplir lo anterior y solventar ese mandato convencional, el tribunal ha desarrollado acciones dirigidas a activar el funcionamiento de una defensoría que represente una alternativa real para esa necesidad de defensa adecuada de los derechos políticos de las comunidades indígenas y sus integrantes. La implementación de esta defensoría parte del conocimiento de esa desventaja real que exige un balance para consolidar una plena igualdad de derechos. Por supuesto, también ha sido enriquecedor la interacción que ha tenido el tribunal a través de sus áreas administrativas y encargadas de su vinculación internacional para enriquecer nuestro proceso electoral. La apertura y seriedad con que un Estado asimila y reconoce una visita o una misión para verificar el desarrollo de un proceso electoral conlleva una introspección para recoger la experiencia de los integrantes o visitantes. A través de esos encuentros se han obtenido estándares mínimos que han sido desarrollados en otras naciones, con problemas similares a efecto de forjar una idea comunitaria, indispensable para encontrar soluciones integrales. Sin duda, los valores que se obtienen con una visita internacional son similares a los que se logran con este tipo de encuentros. La democracia no puede estudiarse de manera aislada o desinteresada de otros modelos o sistemas. Es necesario recibir con responsabilidad la opinión de organismos internacionales en torno a nuestro proceso democrático, único camino viable para seguir perteneciendo con legitimidad al sistema comunitario y participar en la experiencia desarrollada con una reciprocidad necesaria. Así lo expresó el magistrado presidente en su informe. Incluso, con base en la observación electoral, hoy se pueden replantear algunas instituciones fundamentales de nuestro proceso electoral. La sala especializada y la forma como desarrolla los procedimientos especiales sancionadores es uno de los insumos que con base en la observación internacional hoy nos invita a reflexionar su funcionamiento, hacia dónde debe dirigirse, cómo deben estar integrados estos órganos y en general cómo deben de cumplir su misión tan importante en los procesos electorales como el nacional. Pero el presidente del Tribunal Electoral puso una especial atención en uno de los elementos coyunturales del proceso electoral. En este caso, la propaganda que se despliega por los partidos políticos, candidatos y todos quienes contienden en el proceso electoral. En el proceso electoral anterior se difundieron más de 41 millones de promocionales en radio y televisión. Aproximadamente 65 correspondió a propaganda de partidos políticos y candidatos. A pesar del universo de promocionales, hoy es válido preguntarnos si todos ellos llevaron a consolidar una ciudadanía informada. El magistrado presidente puso énfasis en lo siguiente: la propaganda política deja de cumplir sus propósitos esenciales cuando se abstiene de participar en la generación de un marco favorable para la recepción y difusión de ideas y opiniones, insumos indispensables para elegir objetivamente una alternativa política. El sufragio libre y auténtico carece de un campo propicio en una reflexión individual o descontextualizada socialmente. La comunicación en materia política, para inscribirse en un ámbito deliberativo, debe incorporar temas fundamentales de la vida en comunidad que aseguren a las personas conocer y discutir en el ámbito privado y público sobre puntos sensibles e indispensables a efecto de lograr una democracia material. Es complejo exigir la adopción de políticas públicas a los poderes constituidos que no hayan sido parte de la agenda estratégica de los partidos políticos y candidatos de cara a las elecciones. Hoy un tribunal constitucional debe acercar de manera informada a la sociedad con la política, y ese es el énfasis que pone el desarrollo de estas nuevas acciones. El tribunal debe conseguir como valor supremo el informar a la ciudadanía en función de los procesos electorales. El profesor polaco Adam Trzaskowski sintetizó: votar y elegir son actos sustancialmente distintos. Una interpretación cultural los ha equiparado hasta construir una identidad aparente. Empero, el ejercicio de votar o sufragar solo alude a un acto material que es resguardado por un esquema de instrumentación. Elegir, en cambio, concluye, evoca una noción más completa, en que libertad e información se funden como un derecho unitario e indivisible. El Tribunal Electoral debe realizar todas sus acciones y toda su capacidad para lograr que el derecho a votar se convierta realmente en un derecho a elegir, con información. Y el primer componente que debe desplegar un tribunal es legitimar su actuar de manera integral, tanto en el ámbito jurisdiccional como en el ámbito administrativo. Ese es el único camino que puede llevarlo a un buen puerto en el que, con la legitimidad que tiene un tribunal constitucional, participe eficazmente en la democracia. Pues sin más ni más, quiero expresar que este foro precisamente servirá para interactuar desde las ópticas tan distintas que tienen los diferentes países que hoy están presentes, y con una vocación muy firme hacia encontrar puntos comunes en nuestras democracias, intercambiar las opiniones necesarias para lograrlo. Pues les agradezco mucho y quedo a sus órdenes para cualquier cuestión. Gracias.
¿Está funcionando? Ok. José Luis, muchísimas gracias para sus palabras. Fue un panorama interesante sobre el papel y el trabajo y actividades del tribunal, y agradecemos sus palabras. Y también quisiera mencionar que todo el mundo agradece mucho la gentileza de ofrecer la traducción simultánea. Ayuda mucho con nuestras reuniones hoy y mañana. Gracias.
Gracias.
Y ahorita vamos a pasar el parola a Chandler Molina. Él es el director legal para Smartmatic, and he today is going to focus on a very important topic that touches the lives of us all: technology, inclusion, and participation. Chandler.
Okay. Thank you, Richard, for the introduction. ¿Puedes poner la presentación? Okay. Before starting the presentation, I'm going to give three pieces of information. The first one is that Richard at the beginning said that we have to give this presentation as brief and as brilliant as possible. I promise you that I'm going to be brief. Okay. The second, I want to present my excuses to the host country because the presentation was made in English. I didn't know there was simultaneous translation, otherwise I would have the presentation in Spanish. And the third one, after 8 years already working for Smartmatic and working with electoral commissions and politicians, well, I'm also becoming a politician, and for me it's very difficult to give a presentation from here, so I'm going to stand up and get close to people. Yeah. Well, hello. Yeah, I'm going to talk briefly about the international regulations and conventions that allow participation, and it's a framework of participation in elections and the right of people to be elected. This is the agenda for today. We're going to see the international framework for political participation, the role of technology in enhancing voting inclusion, technology and discrimination, technology and women participation, disability, technology and corruption, the conclusions, and hopefully we'll have some time to share certain information, certain opinions. From my perspective, that's the most important part, that we can, share, exchange the information and the experience that you have on these areas. Okay, the basic rules for participation we find in the United Nations Charter, in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as was mentioned, and also in the National Covenant of Civil and Political Rights. And these fundamental rights have been covered, have been registered by different constitutions around the world, and I can cite here countries around the area, such as Colombia, Ecuador, Honduras, Mexico, and Venezuela. All these constitutions reflect this right of people to participate without any kind of discrimination. However, many countries has its regulations, split among several pieces of law, and that's a difficulty for inclusion. That generates a lot of litigation, interpretation, and so on. The transition from manual elections to automation is an important opportunity to gather all these principles into single pieces of law and to permit people to participate and avoid discrimination of any kind. Okay, these basic rules are presented like this. In the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, you see this. Everyone has the right to take part in the government. No discrimination whatsoever. You see, the legal framework doesn't differentiate between manual or technology, manual or electronic elections. Everyone has equal access, right to equal access to elections and to participate in elections. Periodic and genuine elections, universal and equal suffrage, secret vote, or equivalent free voting procedures. As you see, there are not mentions to manual or electronic elections. This is a basic framework. Oops. Here. Also, in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, we see that every citizen has the right to take part in the conduct of public affairs, to vote and to be elected at genuine and periodic elections. Also, to have access on general equal terms. So these are, rules, basic rules for no discriminations. This framework, general framework, get also reflected in different international conventions, such as the International Convention on the Elimination of any Racial Discrimination, discrimination against women, discrimination against migrant workers and their families, Convention about corruption,
and also convention about disabled people. Let's see, each of these, very briefly. In the International Convention on Elimination of Racial Discrimination, we can read these important parts. State parties undertake to prohibit and eliminate any racial discrimination. So people have to enjoy its right without any racial or ethnicity discrimination whatsoever. Right to participate in election and vote and to stand for election on the basis of universal and equal suffrage. Convention on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. We can highlight that the state parties shall eliminate any discrimination whatsoever. So women can participate in political life, ensure that women can participate on equal terms, and vote in elections and public referenda, and to be eligible for any public office. In the next convention, Rights of Migrants, we can highlight that migrant workers have the right to participate in public affairs, regardless of their country of residence. The United Nations Convention Against Corruption states like, each state shall take appropriate legislative actions to enhance transparency in elections. The Convention Against Discrimination for Disabled People, this is a beauty. This is probably because it's the most recently enacted, and we'll see that state parties shall ensure that disabled people can effectively and fully participate in political and public life on equal basis with others. And they have to have the opportunity to vote and to have procedures that allow them to vote. So it's not only to give them the right to participate, but also to have a procedure that makes them, that gives them the possibility to participate, to vote without any restriction, without depending on a third person to help them. Protecting the rights of persons with disabilities to vote by secret ballot in election without intimidation. Guarantee free expression of the will of persons with disabilities. Also, the state parties shall promote persons with disabilities to participate in the conduct of public affairs, including participation in public and political life. Forming and joining organizations of disabled people to protect their own rights. With respect to migrant workers, we can see that using technology, we can set a procedure for enrollment of people that lives abroad, and to permit those foreign workers to register as voters and to permit them to vote. If we adopt, or if the countries adopt a simple procedure with non-discriminatory factors, everyone can be registered, everyone can vote, and everyone can cast the vote without any limitation whatsoever. Of course, this has to be supported by training and marketing. You have to promote, to publicize these opportunities to register. Lifetime registration permits people to enfranchise and to participate in elections. Okay, early voting provision will increase turnout. If you permit people to early vote and to cast their vote before the election date, you might broaden the participation of people. The overseas voting can enfranchise displaced persons, such as the military. With respect to technology and facilitation of women participation, we can say that in many countries, the illiteracy and the public men and private women is still a barrier for participation. In case of literacy, of course, we have technology that allows people to vote using touchscreen, so they don't have to, first learn reading before voting. So they just use the touchscreen or the technology, so they can cast the vote. If we offer online registration, we might overcome problems of distance. If you have internet connection and a secure system, you can offer people the possibility to register and to vote. And of course, with electronic voting, you can speed up the counting, and you have fast results. And if you have fast and accurate results, that basically eliminates claims, those fraud claims that are, around elections everywhere. If you permit women to participate, you have these results. Sorry, it doesn't look very neatly, but you have a line of women voting. So if you allow women to register, of course you're going to have a good turnout. Okay, technology as a facilitator of inclusion. Okay, to adopt technology, the countries and the authorities have to respond to this simple question. If you cannot trust politicians, why you have to trust technology? That's, the fundamental question to ask before you adopt technology when you are a country where only manual elections are in place. And after that, you have to think, if the actual system have worked today, why you have to change it? So these are fundamental questions before you jump into automation of any election or registration. But once you answer these questions and you think that automation will help you the turnout, the participation, the non-discrimination, the accuracy of elections, you have to start the process. And you have to take the decision, and the country have to take the decisions to automate with several reasons, and to explain those reasons clearly to the different stakeholders. So the stakeholders are convinced that the automation is important for democracy. It's important because it enhances participation without any kind of discrimination. Of course, after taking the decision, it's important to have a technical evaluation. Do pilots. So don't adopt technology just because it's there. Do pilots. You have to test it. You have to test whether or not the technology is appropriate for the society where you are acting. It is inclusive of people, whether the political parties are satisfied with the results. Set reasonable expectation. This is fundamental. If you try to jump from manual elections, from nothing, to 100% automatic elections in 6 months, that's not going to happen. It's going to fail. So you set reasonable expectations and go step by step, but step firmly, so you don't have to look back. look and implement essential standards. You don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. So look what others have done in the past. Look their experience. Gather information, exchange information, and set standards. So by setting standards, you also reduce the cost of an election. If every country wants to create its own technology for every specific item, it's going to be very expensive. If you use technology that is around, probably you're going to achieve your goals without spending that much money. Of course, the involvement of the electoral authority is fundamental as well. The involvement can help us or help the authority to identify those areas where they have specific concerns, such as, for instance, turnout. In democracies, when you see a turnout of 40%, you see something wrong is happening there. So how come the future of a country can be decided by only 40% of the people participating? So you have to create the atmosphere, the environment for people to participate more. So the more, the biggest the turnout, the more legitimacy of the democracy. Carefully draft what you want. See the experience of others. If you see the experience of others, you can, set exactly what you want. In our experience, we have seen many RFPs that are designed for a specific vendor. And that's, the direct path for failure. If you don't have competition, you're going to get, expensive solutions. If you don't have competition, probably you're not seeing whatever is in the market for you to automate your elections. Technology is key to ensure accurate results. But of course, you have to build the trust in technology. You have to give people and political parties and all stakeholders the possibility to audit that technology that is used. And this is a complex process. It's a process that is not possible to implement overnight. It's a very complex process. It's a process that takes time, that takes years. Okay, how to remove the threat of corruption by using technology? Well, again, if you go step by step with a clear path with publicity, transparency, you can eliminate any threat of corruption. Start early. If you have elections in January, you cannot start the bidding process now in November. There's no way you can have anything good in 60 days. We have seen processes where the RFP is issued on Monday to give an answer on Friday. And they require thousands of documents. And of course, at the end of the day, only one vendor appears magically with all the documents ready. That's strange, to say the least. We have the experience in Belgium and in the Netherlands where they plan and take years studying this. They invite all the stakeholders to evaluate, to give opinions. Of course, you have to have a framework that helps, that guarantees that adoption of electronic voting or any automation whatsoever, it's secure. It's not going to get to the highest score and the election is going to be nullified. Have a clear and independent technical resource. And important, separate the technicians from the people that give the words. So make the technical evaluation as transparent as possible. Have a strong chairperson. It's very difficult. We need to, that person needs to be really, strong and push and be clear on the aims. Key message here, plan ahead, do it well. So when you go to automation, you are, of course, putting a lot of risk, assuming a lot of risk. So do it well, plan ahead, take step by step. With respect to disability, this is the area where we have seen more and more progress. We've seen a strong movement working, for the inclusion of disabled people. When we talk about disability, we look for this in a society that permits equal treatment, recognize disabled people, and recognize their disabilities. Avoid any barrier to participation. Freedom to vote without anyone assisting or helping. This is a good example, the Help American Vote Act, of a piece of legislation, because it clearly provides that every disabled people can cast their vote on an independent basis. That's a fundamental principle in the United States. Of course, using technology, you can have a ballot configuration that allows disabled people to understand what they're doing. And DRE system, touchscreen system, can be designed to help disabled people. My conclusions: the Universal Declaration of Human Rights remains unfulfilled in many countries. Today, there is still a lot of discriminations against women, migrants, immigrants, disabled people. Technology can help to overcome these barriers that we face today. Technology can drive confidence on elections. Technology can help have accurate elections and fast and increase the turnout. Technology is everywhere. So can you imagine your life without, this today? So in the future, I'm absolutely positive that we're going to look back and say, how we even dare to have manual elections in the past? As we today say, well, I can't live without, smartphone. You're going to see that in the future, automation of election is going to be the standard. And you're going to look back and say, come on, how did we permit, so many things that happen using manual elections? This is just a picture of the first electromagnetic computer in the 1930s. Well, I guess that this mobile phone is thousands of times more powerful than this computer. Well, that's going to happen with elections and the automation of elections in the future. Probably we'll see automation like this right now. But in the future, in the near future, for sure, you're going to see the automation of elections like a smartphone. So it's going to be everywhere, and everyone is going to trust it. If you have any comment, you're welcome to give any comment. I try to be brief, brilliant, I don't know.
Chandler, you were both. Thank you very much for a very stimulating presentation. I think you placed a lot of issues on the table, and the most important issue is the role of technology and how it fits into the process, and even more importantly, the role of election administrators as the gatekeepers, if you will. Unfortunately, Matt has been hinting that he wants to make sure we keep everything on time. We are on schedule for our coffee break at 11:15. So what I propose is to take the prerogative of the chairman, and I think tomorrow afternoon we have a session that's on your agenda. If you look on Saturday the 14th at 12:40, it's called Commissioners Roundtable. And we don't really have set topics for that. I think we definitely should revisit this issue. We can ask Chandler to come back to maybe clarify some things, but I think that would be an opportunity for us to maybe go more in depth on this very important topic. So with that, again, thank you to Chandler, thank you to Jose Luis and to Matt, and most of all, thanks to all of you who have come from so far. We look forward to the next day and a half of discussions. I invite you for coffee. I invite you to come and visit with our wonderful vendors around the room. And to be sure and come back at 11:30, we will have our first panel discussion, improving training methodologies used by EMBs. And that session will be moderated by Natya Salishvili, Director of the Center for Electoral Systems Development, Reforms and Training from Georgia. So please come back and we'll start again promptly at 11:30. Thank you. Please, if you would, we ask for everybody to come back and take your seats, and we will begin the next panel. It's my pleasure at this time to introduce the next panel, discussing the topic Improving Training Methodologies Used by EMBs. And the person who will be moderating this session is Nadia Salishvili, Director for the Center for Electoral Systems Development, Reforms, and Training in Georgia. Also on this panel, we have Hisham Kuhal, the CEO for the Central Election Commission of Palestine, and Vasu Mohan, who I worked with for many years at IFAS, Regional Director for Europe and Asia at IFAS, and John Fortier, who I also knew during my time with IFAS. He's now the Director of the Democracy Project, the Bipartisan Policy Center in the U.S. So I will now turn the chair moderating role over to Nadia.
Thank you very much. Is it on? Yes. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues, let me introduce once again myself. I'm Nadia Zalishvili, Director of the Center for Electoral Systems Development, Reforms and Trainings. And our institution functions in Georgia. So the main mission of our institution is to elaborate and deliver the training programs for, first of all, for the EMBs, and of course for the crucial stakeholders and the civic and voter education programs as well. So on behalf of Georgian delegation, first of all, I would like to express the cordial gratitude to ICPS and Electoral Tribunal of Mexico for organizing such a nice conference in this wonderful country, for giving us such a platform where we can share the experiences of and discuss on the different issues related on the elections. It is a pleasure for me during this session to lead the discussions on the issues related to the electoral training programs. And it is more than a pleasure to do this job in cooperation with the eminent experts. So I believe that the audience would be much involved in discussions as well. So please make some notes while having our discussions, and you can address our experts with these questions when we'll go to the block of question and answers. First of all, my question, I think that it would be very much of relevant while starting with the training programs, to speak about the role of the electoral trainings in ensuring the presence of the credibility and integrity of the electoral process. So how do you think, Mr. Vasu, what it is, the importance?
All right. Good morning, everyone. The importance of training to ensure the integrity, the credibility, and the confidence of the public in the electoral process is tremendous. I think the question was asked to me first because I'm sitting next to
Yes.
Nadia. We have two distinguished colleagues from Election Commission, so I'm going to defer to them on this question first. What I will be sharing are some lessons that we have learned in assisting election commissions in over 145 countries that the organization that I work for, the International Foundation for Electoral Systems, has been doing over the last 27 years. So we have some lessons and some principles. So I will save my time to answer the principles part, and we'll turn to distinguished colleague from the Election Commission of Palestine to maybe take the first question.
Yes, to Akim. Please.
Okay. Listen, I think the more information you are providing to electoral stakeholders, and I mean by electoral stakeholders are the voters by themselves, the more information you provide those, the more credibility your election would be, because they will be open to every process of the election event, and eventually will increase the trust of the process.
Well, I'm going to beg off the question or not go on too long at the beginning a bit, in that I think hopefully later in the discussion we can talk a little bit about some of the reforms that are going on in America, reforms that one party or the other favors, and what we might find really that is a kind of consensus set of changes in the registration process, voting technology, areas like that. Just very quickly on the training issue, America, as you know, has an extremely decentralized election process. We have essentially the states and localities running and administering elections, and that means it's really quite different in different places. So our two challenges, I think, really are a reliance on a volunteer poll worker force, which is in many places hard to recruit and hard to keep, and training is not extensive. And then also just the sharing of information amongst our jurisdictions. I think we have a lot of best practices, but we also have very different practices in states. So election administrators who are here from America, like David Orr and Amber McReynolds, are doing very interesting things, but finding the way to get that word out to the others and to find some common ground among very different systems across states is our great challenge.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really agree that there are lots of the elements that can influence on the electoral environment and to hold it transparent, free. But one of the most important elements that should be ensured. These are the intensive educational programs. These are reinforcement of capacities of different stakeholders which are involved in the electoral process, regarding not only the electoral EMB members, the officials, but also where it might be addressed. The training has to be delivered also to the political parties, to the NGO sector who are much involved in the electoral process, and of course civic and voter education. For example, on Georgia side, this is how the Georgia EMB sees this task. We have developed the strategic plan, and in that strategic plan, we have put our missions and visions and very concrete objectives. So one of the most strategic objectives is to deliver the training programs to the civic and voter education, not only in the electoral period, but also what it is important, it has to take place in non-electoral period to reach the outcome of beneficiary lessons. So that's why in that regard, I would like to ask the following question. How do you think, what should be done to make that training program so much efficient? What are the key characteristics that the training program has to be based on to be efficient at one side, and on the other hand, to be also acceptable for all the other stakeholders who are involved in this process?
Okay, so based on our experience as an organization, I've sort of come up with, just for the sake of this presentation, a couple of key points and principles, and I'm sure these echo already the things that my panelists, co-panelists, and Natia, from your extensive experience in Georgia, which by the way is one of a very, very good training centers. So if you're interested in looking at an EMB training center program, Georgia is an excellent example to look at in a very short time period. They've drawn on extensive experience and run a very good program there. So we talk about smart, inclusive, and tailored. And I'm not talking about a well-made suit, or it's not sartorial elegance, but really smart, inclusive, and tailored. I want you to remember this because it's really an easy way to think about this. Smart, systematic, and sustainable training. The training programs cannot be one-off. They cannot be something that is delivered ad hoc. They have to be systematic. And now you make the point, they have to reinforce, and it can't be a one-time training program, irrespective of whether you're talking about poll worker training or whether you're talking about training related to broader civil society or political parties. It has to be on a regular basis. We learn through repetition and learning. So, and it has to be a sustainable training process. Sometimes training programs are put in place with international donor support or some other sort of funding that are extensively, they're very heavily funded and they're really not sustainable in the long run. So to come up with a sustainable process, this may involve using local trainers, it may involve pairing up with an academic institution, there could be many different strategies, but the process needs to be sustainable. The second part is M, that is for monitoring and measuring. The training program needs to be very, very carefully monitored at every level. A lot of the trainings that election commissions do tend to be multi-tiered. You have a cascade training methodology, and one of the things that happens is as the training continues, level 2, level 3, level 4, the message is either diluted or the way the program is constructed, the integrity of the program starts losing, its value. So careful monitoring and real-time feedback to the trainers and to the training program heads is extremely important. So systematic, sustainable monitoring and measuring. Adult learning methodologies need to be integrated into training. It cannot be lectures, it cannot be PowerPoints, as fancy as they are, and it truly cannot, be just handing out, training materials alone. So it's got to be adult learning methodologies that are incorporated. The development and provision of very good reference material for the trainees to use after they leave the training. So immediately when we do pre and post analyses, there's a lot of learning, there's a lot of information, but afterwards, 2 months down the line, or sometimes even, we're talking about temporary poll workers that you hire, how is this knowledge then kept? How are they, what do they have on polling day to go back to refer? It could be videos that they could watch the night before election. It could be, handy poll worker reference materials, frequently asked questions. So R is for reference. T is for trainer excellence. In not only relating to elections, in any election, in any sort of training methodology, the trainers who actually do the training, and usually election officials tend to be, election commission staff, tend to be very good managers, very good, technical people. They're not necessarily good trainers. They may be, but they are not. So just because someone has a position, to not automatically use them as a trainer, but to actually find and invest in good trainers. Trainers should animate the group. They should be able to create a learning experience. So that's SMART. And then inclusive. Training has to absolutely look at different languages, the diversity in the country, people with disabilities, gender issues very specifically, ethnic, religious minorities. So that's inclusive. And last is tailored. Any training that the Election Commission conducts would be very well served to do a survey or questionnaire before conducting the training of who is the audience, who are they training, what do they know already, what are they expecting. So really, making the training tailored to the audience that you're providing. So I would sort of SMART, inclusive, and tailored training programs would be, it's an approach to think about.
Yeah, thank you.
You left nothing for me to say. I would certainly echo your thoughts about the training, but I would add something that is follow-up. You don't train people, whatever the category is, would be, and be away. You have to build your own databases of trainees, because those would be your potential tools. Not in the sense of a tool, but resources to help you in any upcoming election. So train. I agree 100% with the sustainability aspect. Build capacity, rather more mere training, and then follow up the target trainees, be it individuals or be it civil society organization, and follow up with them on a continuous basis. In our case, we have created the so-called Center of Electoral Knowledge within the CEC, which is the main task of which is to follow up on the training activity that we provide.
So I'll follow up with a few thoughts. Just in the U.S. again, with a very, very decentralized system, we have challenges of training and recruiting election officials, poll workers, other people in the election system. I think we have a little bit of a debate at the election official level of how to improve the professionalism or the training of election officials. Should it be done mostly by professional organizations, of which we have a number, where election officials can come together and share their experiences across states, share their best practices? Or should there be more academic training? There is a move to have somewhat more academic degree granting or at least executive education in those who run elections. Again, that's a challenge because much of the knowledge is local to the state you're in, so it's hard to find a national program that would teach you all that you need to know, but those debates are going on now. I know that certainly there was some hint at the importance of voter information as being part of the training and making sure that the electorate is well trained. Again, we have a mishmash of different practices in different states. I'll point to a couple of states in our northwest of Washington and Oregon. Those are states that vote only by mail. Other states have polling places, they don't. But they also, with that mail, have a very substantial voter guide, which gives voters much more information than the typical voter in other states. I'm probably leaving out some states that do similar things, but the ability, especially on our very complicated ballots, often 20 questions, 20 offices, ballot questions, of a thick book to arrive with all the information is something that's helped in those states. Finally, I guess we've seen a movement, again, I'll save my larger comments on this for later, but our commission that we've worked with, a private commission, had recommended changes in our registration system, allowing online registration. While that's a reform that's a good thing, it also has a voter information component. We rely on the voter to keep his or her registration up to date. If you move, you must let the jurisdiction know, update your address. If you cross state lines, it's more complicated. But there are systems now with the ability for you to either register online, update your registration online, or to find the status of your polling place or what has happened to your absentee ballot, your mail ballot, whether it's been received or not. Again, these are not universally across the states, but individual states have put interesting programs in that direction that are giving voters more of the information about the system that they need. Finally, let me do a quick advertisement for our Election Assistance Commission. We have one of the commissioners here, Christine McCormick. It had been not in operation essentially, or not. The commissioners were not there for several years. They are back. And you'll note, unlike most of your countries, we do not have an electoral commission that runs the election from Washington. We have 50 states, but the important word there is Election Assistance Commission, and that assistance that they can provide really is understanding the data and how the different states are working. Doing simple things like not so simple, but having a comprehensive survey in which the way we know how election officials are running their elections, because in some states we are doing it by mail, in other states early, in some states we're using certain technology, in others. This commission has found a way to break down those very, very different practices in a survey that is useful to other election officials to understanding what's going on, what the advances are. So we're glad they're back in business, but they're not a commission in the traditional sense as much as they really are there to assist and bring the knowledge of the professionalization of the profession as well as the new practices to the rest of the election officials in America.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to share as well the experience of Georgia, what are the main principles that the concept of the trainings is based on. I would, of course, share all those main key characteristics that dear experts has just now mentioned. And while thinking about the designing of the training concept for the Georgia, what we have outlined is that it is that the structuring the study programs has to fit the spheres of the interest of certain target groups. This is, of course, one of the main things. And also, what it is meaningful is that the training delivery methodology has to be very efficient. For example, in Georgia, while delivering the trainings, we are using the combined methodology, which implies in itself, of course, theory. We can't do anything without theoretical approaches, but it has to become up in a parallel with intensive practical cases. And also, what we are doing is that we have implemented a lot of rolling games and simulation games. And along with this methodology, what we have done is that we have elaborated quite good training materials, which we are, to say you truth, which we are quite proud of, because the results of the elections has shown that these training materials are quite efficient and comfortable for using for any stakeholders. So as for the example, I would like to mention those manuals and the checklists that we have elaborated for the EMB members. That checklist implies the information in a very simple language, which allows everyone, starting from the EMB officials, or including the NGOs, representatives, observers, and the representatives of the political party, to double check each other, to go through all the procedures to make sure that no procedure, according to the law, is omitted. And that gives us, as a result, it gave us the field that less of technical mistakes are happening on the polling stations, which we are very happy about. Also, when we were thinking about the methodology, we thought about that it might be useful to use something innovative approaches. In that regard, we have elaborated the study film, which also appears to be appreciated by international observers to be a very efficient tool in having the beneficiary outcome. So study film and e-learning programs, which includes in itself a lot of schematical effects, gives the opportunity to the participants of the training programs not only to hear, but also to watch and then to do it. So mostly our methodology is based on hearing, listening, and making. This is what we found out to be the most effective methodology in that regard. So while discussing all these issues regarding to the trainings, we have been speaking mostly about the EMB trainings right now. But I would like to ask you, how do you appreciate the importance of reinforcement of capacities of strategic electoral stakeholders, such as political parties, NGO sector, and do you see the role of the electoral body in carrying out that training programs? Please.
Me?
Yes, maybe.
Listen, I think having said all that, I mean, the panelists here about the training, there is one thing that we should pay more attention to. I mean, the training to be fit, the training to be designed to suit a target group is okay, is good. The follow-up is even better, but you have to create, to allow or to cater for room for creativity on behalf of the stakeholders. And if you are talking about civil society organization, I mean, we have reached to a convention, a realization that we cannot do all the training by ourselves.
That's good.
I mean, the commission, our commission, would act as the information hub, the empowerment party of information. But we have created lately, I mean, last year, a fund called Electoral Awareness Fund. Through that fund, we launched calls for proposals for civil society organization by which they can be innovative, you know, in the approach of the training and the target group they want. Of course, within each call, we designate priority area like women, youth, you name it.
Yes.
But they have to come up with the project ideas, the scope of the project, the training methodology, and in the process they say we need this from the commission and that from the commission in terms of capacity building. So I want to emphasize that commissions all over or authorities cannot do it by themselves. They have to be the empowering part of the civil society organization, because believe me, we need them, they don't need us.
Yeah, thank you very much. And can you add, please?
Well, yeah, sure. Let me throw a few things out. Again, our Central Electoral Commission is not quite like yours, and the training is somewhat more general and best practices. Couple things. One, in the training and recruitment of poll workers, we see a number of our counties partnering with business, partnering with outside organizations to encourage their businesses to provide poll workers. And that is, if a company is willing to say 25 of its members would like to work at the polls, the election officials will take the training to them. It will also encourage the companies to give people the day off to be those kind of poll workers. So it is a county by county effort here, and we don't do it everywhere, but there are some interesting, innovative programs where I think we're engaging others than just those who are formally responsible for elections, that is, outside companies and organizations. The political parties don't really rely so much on the training materials of the electoral bodies, but they do provide a few important training of their voters themselves. And I guess for our system, which relies much on that, I'll note a few things. One, we've seen a development in our system partly because our registration lists are not that great, I will say. They're certainly not national, they're not that comprehensive, that the political parties have really taken on a lot of the information gathering themselves, and they have a lot of information about us, us voters, both what our voting history, but even our private information. Sometimes commercially available information about magazines or preferences or notations of what happened when they knocked on your door. And so these parties have actually become much more sophisticated about using that information to target voters, to turn them out, to give them information about the election. So that's one big development that I'm sure you see in your countries, but we have developed to quite a high level in our system. The other thing I would note is that there are, again, it's not their primary responsibility, but the parties have become very interested in making sure voters understand the election process and what they need to do to actively cast a vote and what mistakes not to make are. And that's partly in educating them and identifying them, but it's also in holding hotlines and other areas where voters can report problems that they are having in certain jurisdictions or at the polling place. And again, while this is not a huge training in advance, this is sort of information gathering back and forth, which the parties and private institutions are really primarily, or they're one of the groups responsible for this, and they have pushed for changes in the electoral system or been able to identify problems because of these hotlines, these ways in which they are encouraging voters to make sure that they alert the parties when there are difficulties in the electoral system.
Yes, please.
To add two points to this, I think the Election Commission, is very, very well suited to provide some basic level of training to political parties and candidates who are sort of the first tier, users of a lot of the regulations. They really need to understand, what is the framework within which they need to operate. And a very good program that I saw in Thailand many years ago was that the Election Commission would put out, it was an annual training program to which all political parties were invited, and they had to send nominees from their cadre, and they had certain quotas for, age and experience, etc. And they would send their, new political parties, sort of young candidates, and the Election Commission would train them on basically the electoral process. How was the election conducted? What are the rules and regulations by which the political party must abide? And it was run as a 2-week training program once a year, and it was extremely popular amongst the political parties. So there was a good opportunity for the Election Commission to share its perspective, on sort of free, fair, inclusive, credible elections, and it was very successful. Now, whether that turned around the political system in Thailand or not is a different question, but as a model, it seemed like a very, very good model to look at. Another model that I've seen that's interesting is the Indian Election Commission also offers, when they come up with new regulations, rather than just do a briefing, they actually organize a training for political parties. So when they rolled out campaign finance regulations, their interpretation and how they were going to enforce, rather than just publish it, they invited the political parties that actually trained them. So I think those types of, it is very true that the Commission cannot do it all by itself. I think, making a very valid point. I think there's the training institutes within commissions, like the one in Georgia, like the one in India, several other countries have good models. These training institutes are then able to take on some of these, especially if they're partnered with academic institutions or non-partisan senior civil society organizations. They are able to take this on the long run. So I really do want to echo this. It's a really good question. The mandate of the Election Commission, whether or not they're legally mandated to do that, they are very, very well positioned to provide this type of training.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I completely agree. First of all, I would like to outline that opinion about that the EMB, the electoral body, of course can't reach that quite ambitious goal of developing the electoral culture just by itself. Of course, it needs other cooperation with different organizations. For example, on the example of the Georgia, I would like to outline that the CC Georgia and the Training Center of Georgia cooperates very successfully with NGOs. So we are holding the grant competitions, and we are giving the small grants which helps us to cover the whole Georgia and deliver the training programs covering those target groups like women, like, for example, ethnic minority people, the youth, and the other tangible groups. So also I would like to outline that what has the evaluation of the authoritative and independent international and the local organizations, as well as the data of public opinion research, has proved that institution capacity development of the stakeholders is one of the most important elements to be carried out if we really want to reach the transparent, fair elections. Why? The question is quite simple, and the answer is simple as well. Because our main goal of the Georgia, CC Georgia, and the training center is to ensure that there is the similar understanding of those difficult provisions which are put in the election code. So that's why the election administration of Georgia, along with the training center, takes that responsibility of carrying out the training programs not only for the electoral body and not to take care just only on the developing of the professionalism of our officials, but also it is much of the big importance to make sure that other stakeholders, like the political parties, the media who transmit the information to the voter, we support them to make, we support them to understand that procedures and electoral issues in a right way along with the law. My following question is that what are the practical findings that electoral body can address efficiently for increasing electoral awareness of the voters and promote their active participations? What are in your country, for example? I know that you are doing in Palestine lots of voter education programs and civic education programs are delivered in that regard. So could you please tell us more practically what approaches are you using?
Well, basically the approach that you have to play your part, sometimes mean part. I mean, not within your mandate. Like I tell you one example. When we finished delivering the local elections, we discovered some holes, in the law. I mean, in the implementation of the election itself. So we produced the local election report, and we invited political party members, civil society organization, all stakeholders, in a 4-day training about electoral systems, about, all over the world, best practices and so on and so forth. So we provided them with a tool, and we hosted the discussion without us interfering, in the reform. So we haven't advices, on reform, but we sort of played the catalyst role in to do the reform. The end process of that exercise, which lasted about 3.5 months between political parties, you name it, all stakeholders, that they came up with draft bylaw, and they have submitted it as stakeholders, to the legislative authority. And yesterday I got an email that the Council of the Prime Minister's office is now discussing the laws. So you can find a way by being neutral and not biased, and be clear and be assistant to all stakeholders. This is the new approach of dealing with the issue, although it's not mandated with you. I mean, we all know that changes, laws are the mere responsibility of the legislative party, but you have to be somehow clever enough to initiate the change, to initiate the reform without the commission or the authority being part of it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe.
Sure. So I think a couple of things are important to keep in mind. I think in many countries we are finding that social media is playing a very important role in terms of reaching out to certain populations, especially the youth. And I think commissions are utilizing the web and utilizing Facebook, Twitter, a lot of these modern social media networks very effectively. And I think that's a trend that is going to continue, and that is an extremely important trend. While doing that, we should also look at the very large groups in many percentages of our populations in many countries, at least in Asia where I work, primarily tend to be illiterate, and they are very much on the other side of the digital divide. So you can't only rely on social media and technology to reach out to them. You also need to look at innovation within traditional media, or sort of the methodologies that we used before. So innovation and technology are not the same. There's many good ways to innovate without technology, and I think that's extremely important to look at what those are. It could be street theaters, it could be face-to-face campaigns, it could be looking at existing platforms of youth groups that could go out and do volunteerism, mobilizing a lot of volunteers to go out and do civic education one-on-one. These, I think, it's very important to do both. And also, within this context, to also look at how the rights of people with disabilities, indigenous communities that may or may not speak languages. Earlier on, I was hearing a very good example from Cameroon, and I think the disabilities include the sort of social inclusion point person who's here was sharing some of these examples, excellent examples. I think these are very much, sort of lessons that can be learned, and sort of peer-to-peer exchange from different commissions on what they are learning are important. The key point that I wanted to make was, look, definitely technology, definitely social media, definitely the web, but also look at innovating within the context of non-electronic, sort of traditional media as well.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. Of course, I also want to share some experiences on Georgia side, what we are doing in terms of civic and voter education. So while thinking, we have done a lot of activities in that direction. But then finally, when we made the SWOT analysis, yes, like Mr. Vasu Mohan has just now mentioned, we outlined that it might be very systematic. So we have elaborated the new training concept, which is which provides the systematic approach to that issue. So what we think that there might be some levels for delivering the training programs to the society. One level, which we are doing, is basic training. Then another level, it comes to the fundamental training. Then it comes the oriental training, and the last it comes the professional profile training. I would tell you more in details what we mean under each of that level. The basic training take place at the school. So this is one of the hugest innovative programs that our training center and the Central Election Commission of Georgia has elaborated. We have negotiated and signed the memorandum with the Ministry of Education. So right now in all the schools in Georgia, which is about more than 3,000 schools, our training center, along with the Central Election Commission, would be delivering the training program for the students of the schools. In Georgia, 2016, 17, and 18 are the periods for the elections. It might be parliamentary, presidential, and local self-government elections. So we really thought that we have to take care about the young voters. We have to take care about the voters who are the first voters. Because as it is said, if the person at the age of voting, when he reaches or she reaches the age of voting, does not go to the election, it's more likely that he or she would not be going to the election for whole life. So we really don't want to make that big mistake. That's why we have negotiated with the Ministry of Education and suggested to them and offered them to make that training programs after the lessons to the pupils who are graduating the schools, so that after that we would have well-informed first voters for the next years of the elections, 16, 17, and 18. After that, while speaking about the fundamental training, yes, fundamental training, it gives much more detailed information about the trainings. So this service, our training center, along with the CC Georgia, is delivering in the universities of the Georgia. So we have, from 2010, we have succeeded to make the memorandum with 19 universities which are accredited in Georgia, in the capital and as long as also in the regions, so that we are delivering the training programs on the election issues to the students of law faculty and journalists. And we think that this program, which is running for one semester, gives really very detailed information, not only on the national legislation, but also on the international legislation, giving the opportunity to make the analysis, to then afterwards to run the debate clubs with the student and make the good feedbacks out of their knowledge. Then the next following level in terms of this whole system, as I've mentioned, this is the Oriental trainings. While discussing all the issues with the voter and civic training programs, we do realize that it is not yet enough to do these training programs for the school students, for the university students, because there are also the voters who are out already of that system. So we have elaborated the new program, which is called Electoral Development School Project, which was initiated by Mr. Majwania, the CC chair of Georgia, so that we have offered that all the people who are interested in the electoral issues and we have put some age because it is the pilot project, from the 18 up to the 25 years old people could be involved in that project. We have piloted it in 10 regions, and we got quite big shock because we were at least waiting that it might be less interest, and it could be about maybe 100 people wanting to participate in that project, but we got thousands of the participants who really wanted to participate in that project. So it was we suggested to them quite intensive training program of 10 days regarding all the important crucial aspects like the transparency of the elections, the principles of the elections, the way, the importance of each vote, and the understanding of the democracy and the elections in the relationship with each other. So that regarding all the feedback that it was quite successful, the CC Georgia aims to continue with that project, which might take place in non-election periods. And what concerns the professional profile trainings, of course, these are the trainings that we deliver for the officials of the electoral local management bodies who are appointed as poll workers or the members of the district election commissions. And it is really very much important, because what is the biggest challenge that, for example, Georgia is facing is that one year after another year, we could see that there are new people coming to work as a polling station workers, because it is about 50,000 workers, officials who are working in the system. So along with that, we have new people. We can't keep the knowledge retention. This is another challenge. Also, plus to that, there are lots of changes permanently going into the election code, so that also even if you have the worker who is working during the years for the polling station, for example, still you have to give the new information about the new challenges and amendments that have been done in the electoral code. So we are doing that professional profile trainings for the poll workers, but a part of that, what we thought, this takes, in terms of timing, it takes 1 month. During 1 month, yes, we are doing very intensive courses. But still, as a result, we could see, while overviewing and making the monitoring and evaluation, we could still see that it is not enough to make that training program just in the election period. So while discussing it with the Central Election Commission, the training center and the CC has come up with the decision. Maybe it's better also to make some professional program trainings in a non-election period for any people who would like to participate in that, to ensure the combining of some pool of potential people who could be used then later on by the EMBs, as well as with the same success, the political parties can use already trained people, or the NGOs can use them as well for the observation missions. So I think that will get a benefit. All of the stakeholders could get a benefit out of that, out of that trainings.
May I share something?
Yes,
Sorry.
please.
No, you go ahead.
I mean, we do a lot of the youth sort of training. I mean, university, but we have developed it into university elective course. So it's have been available for all students, you know, to have that course. And we do 9th grade training every year. But I want to share with you a pilot training program which we did for 2nd graders, 2nd grade. I remember when we first proposed this to the commission, they said, you are crazy enough, I mean, to even think about it. But with that, students learn, I mean, they don't elect X or Y, you know, people, but they elect animals, their favorite animals. In the process, they learn science, they learn, you know, mathematics, they learn language, I mean, Arabic language. So it has been so much successful to the extent that the Ministry of Education has adopted this learning methodology within its integrated learning approach. So it's becoming part of the Palestinian curriculum for 2nd grader. And here you come, your point about sustainability. I mean, you do something and it has the so-called domino effect, you know, I mean, so it stays. So I wanted only to share this with you.
Yeah.
Can I jump in quickly?
Yes,
I'm glad to hear that in the United States we have candidates running for president that others are calling animals. So I think this is but on a more serious point, just to pick up on your point about the change of laws. I mean, we have, all of you have changes in your electoral laws, but again, we have had a period of a lot of change, and we have, again, at the 50 states, things going on in different places. It is a real challenge for the election officials as well as private parties to keep voters up with those changes. Partly our states are dominated, some by one party and some by the other. So we sometimes have a state that has Republicans in charge passing certain types of laws, and others with Democrats in charge passing certain types of laws. But complicating that, I think, is that our court system, we are a litigious society, and we have a lot of arguments over the new changes in election laws. Are they constitutional? Do they meet state standards? And we even have the cases of very late breaking changes to law, reforms that have been passed within the year before the election, and courts that have either stopped or changed those reforms months or less before the election. And there, it's very difficult for the election officials to do much, and we rely heavily on parties and outside groups to let people know. As things as fundamental as the polls will be open on the Sunday before the election or not, and maybe that has been passed by law, changed, the court has stepped in. The confusion that voters have and the ability to notify them, I think it's very hard for our electoral bodies to keep up with them in a dramatic way, given the lack of resources. In a longer term change, big change to require photo identification, states are trying to notify their voters, but a lot of the changes are very sudden and require the outside parties to be the ones who are doing the educating.
Yes, yeah. Thank you very much. Of course, while discussing about the trainings who can ensure the integrity of the elections, we can't miss the option to speak about the training programs that can ensure gender equality and gender promotion. So I really would like to ask you kindly to give some more practical examples. What are you doing in that regard? What are your institutions doing and succeeding in that regard?
When IFES is offering and working closely with election commissions on any training program, we do two things. One, we have a gender and elections training, which is a basic training looking at the entire electoral cycle and understanding it through a gender lens. So this is something that we offer and work closely with election commissions and national gender experts in those countries to deliver. So this is one tool, very specific tool that we have. And another is when any training is provided, and it could be on voter education, voter registration, it could be counting, on any training, to always look at that component to also include the gender perspective within that. So a very concrete example that we're working on now is election budgeting. There's a stream of knowledge called gender budgeting that is well established and very well done in many countries, but very few examples of where gender budgeting is applied to election budgets. So IFES is developing this methodology, and we are working closely with several election commissions, starting with the Election Commission of Nepal next month, to really apply gender budgeting tools to the election budget. How are women and men differently impacted by election budget decisions? So I think there are other very innovative ideas. The most important element of this also is to have within the election management body sufficient equal representation of women at all levels, at commissioners, at directors, as trainers, so not only as poll workers, but at all levels of election administration. So those are the three very concrete tools that we employ with our technical assistance.
Yeah, I mean, training requirement. I mean, we emphasize the importance of gender participation on the training, and sometimes we have designated training program for women, and I would only refer to the ongoing training program about increasing women participation in election, which we have allocated $500 million to that aspect, and we are working with UN Women to that extent. So in ordinary training, you have to make gender, balance between the participant, but sometimes you have to earmark, your activity to address the gender issue.
So I'm not going to say that much about this. I will note, actually, in America, we have greater participation of women in the voting process than men. They vote at a higher rate, which is a good thing. It's not always been that, but over time. And just in terms of representation in parliamentary bodies, we or our Congress, we don't have the types of quotas or goals that others systems have, partly because we're not a party system, because you get elected more independently. But the good news, I suppose, on this front, just from the electoral standpoint, is while women are underrepresented in our state legislative and congressional bodies, when we have open seats, women are as competitive as men. They're doing well in the places that are open and new. So it takes time with the people who are already in office built in, but that's sort of moving our direction. We don't have a lot of specialized training for voters by gender, or at least my I'm not aware of many of them. So.
I just wanted to give one quick example. We opened this morning, Richard talked about Burma, and I want to highlight one program that was implemented in Burma called She Leads. It's a program that IFES was working with over 500 women who were trained. These are not all election officials. They were drawn from a variety of different pools: civil society, election administration, media, college students, women in small businesses, women who were interested in being part of the electoral program, and they received some of the best electoral training there is to receive. So this notion of we don't have enough qualified women to appoint to positions that often we hear is really not viable anymore. So these women were trained, and several of them ran for office. Some were elected. Several of them worked as poll workers. Several of them were reporters, observers. So it's one of these examples where, in conjunction with the Election Commission, a program was implemented not only for the election officials, but a very broad range of women, including political party members, on women's leadership in politics.
Yeah,
So
thank
it's
you.
called She Leads.
Yes, thank you very much. And in terms of Georgia, in the Central Election Commission of Georgia, we do have the commission which works on gender equality issues. I'm also the member of that commission. So while discussing on these issues with the rest of the colleagues of this commission, we come up with the idea that the educational programs have to be delivered in three directions, like a woman as a voter, in the direction of woman as a potential candidate, and the woman as a registered candidate. So that we have to say that in that regard, lots of projects also in cooperation with the NGO have been done, as I've mentioned, within the grant competition format. And also it is a very, maybe it is not in terms of scores a big result that out of our trainings, several women candidates who were potential candidates became already the members of the parliament and the members in the local municipalities. But still, if the result is not too huge, but already the direction seems to be very positive. And after trying piloting that training program, we decided to carry on and make it much more huge. Right now, as we are running also our schedule, and the panel discussions is good, but coffee break is also wonderful. So I would open the discussions with you, dear audience. I would really encourage you to make some comments in the direction of those topics that we have mentioned, or put the questions to the experts. Please.
I have been given the instruction by Arvind, we're supposed to actually move into lunch at 12:30.
Okay.
So perhaps what I would suggest is to think about, and first off, I think we all are very impressed with the way they have set the standard for the panels. And they've done a really excellent job of really diving down into this topic, and I think we again owe them all another round of applause for a great job. And next year, we need to take a lesson on what she said about adult learning and build in more time for feedback. Our feedback time will be in the more informal lunch setting. And again, we have the Commissioners' Roundtable tomorrow, so we may have to add this topic to the technology. Anyway, with that, I want to thank the panel. I want to thank you. I want to invite all of you to move to the back, follow Arvind. He's back there. We have lunch, and then we will come back in here at 1:30 for the next panel, which is election dispute resolution. That's a hot one. So thank you very much. Thank you. Oh. Sure. Here we go. She's checking to see if she. To call your attention to the panel for this afternoon. We have a very easy topic, election dispute resolution. That never causes any controversy. I recall in my own country, in the US, in the year 2000, that we had a small problem in a state called Florida. And as a result, the contest for president between Mr. Bush and Mr. Gore took 32 days to resolve. It wound up going to the courts and ultimately wound up going to the Supreme Court before it finally was settled. And that highlights the fact that different countries have different methodologies and different systems and structures to deal with this topic. In the US, for example, if there is a dispute, and obviously as election administrators, I think that we always hope that people vote early and that the results have a wide margin. But unfortunately, things don't always work out, and so you wind up with razor-thin margins. And this is where you have to really concentrate on building the structure that is based on promoting the concept of credibility and trust in the eyes of the voters. Will my vote be counted? Will it be counted accurately? And these were some of the types of issues that were raised in the election in the US. Different countries have different methods on dealing with this, and it's very appropriate, this topic, because one of our co-hosts for this symposium is the Tribunal Electoral of Mexico. In the electoral reforms that were developed in Mexico in the mid-1990s, the system that they came up with is a very good one, and it's one that a lot of countries have studied, because you basically have an operational side of the entity that organizes elections, which previously was called the Federal Electoral Institute. Now it's the National Electoral Institute of Mexico. And then you have the Tribunal Electoral, and the role of the Tribunal was not to administer, but to adjudicate. And this concept of creating specialized electoral courts is one that many countries have looked at. There's definite advantages to it. One of the problems in the States is that oftentimes these electoral questions will go to the hands of a judge who has no experience or very little knowledge in terms of the elections field. More often than not, it usually all works out. But the idea behind the Mexican model is by creating a system where you have a specialized court that really focuses and deals with these issues, that this is one of the, in my opinion, this has been one of the major steps that has really helped to build the credibility of Mexican democracy. And I would call your attention out in front on the table, you'll find various publications of the tribunal. For example, there's one here, it's an analysis of the decisions and judgments of the tribunal related to the 2012 presidential election here in Mexico. So that's very definitely an interesting model, and a lot of countries have gone that way. Now, the purpose of our panel this afternoon is to really focus on what are some of the differences, what are some of the challenges that people who have been faced with this head-on have had to deal with in their own countries. And so this afternoon we have two really outstanding speakers. The first one we have is Tamar Shvania. She's the chairperson of the Central Election Commission of Georgia, has extensive experience with administering elections and especially this particular issue. And then we also are very fortunate to have Atahiru Jega. He's the former chief electoral officer of Nigeria. He's actually a professor of political science in Nigeria. And I have to mention, he was the 2015 Charles Manat Democracy Award winner at the International Foundation for Electoral Systems. So for this session, we're going to follow a similar format. And I think what I'll do is I'll just start with perhaps Tamar can address, and then Dr. Jega can follow up in terms of what are some of the challenges that each of you as election administrators have faced in terms of trying to resolve election disputes, and what mechanisms or what structures, like the specialized court here in Mexico, have you found that might have been helpful in your effort to resolve problems?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a great pleasure to be here in such a nice place of Mexico. It's not my first time in Mexico, but this is my first time in Puerto Vallarta, and this is great place, I think, to meet and discuss election-related issues. I would like also to thank our organizers, ICPS, Mexican Federal Tribunal, and all the Mexican colleagues for this event. And now I will move to the question, which is very important, of course, and the dispute resolution process is, I think, the most important process, one of the most important process in electoral behavior, just to really correct legally any mistakes or malpractice of election administration or other stakeholders. It's also to prevent further conflicts and some problems if you have good dispute resolution process in the electoral process. It also, if you want to say, if it's also to support legacy and legitimacy of elections, and it also supports confidence towards the election administration. As for the challenges and system, which is actually applied in my own country, in Georgia, that's a bit different comparing to Mexico experience, because election administration in Georgia, we all of instances, including polling station level, district electoral commissions, and the Central Election Commission, we receive applications, complaints, appeals, and we are involved in dispute resolution process. But it's also, we have the parallel, but most important part of dispute resolution process in electoral behavior. This is the general court. General court judges, they are also involved in dispute resolution process, and all the complaints, they might be submitted to the election administration at first, but then this complaint and appeal goes to the court. Either this is city or district court, and the final instance, this is appeal court. That's a system in Georgia which works well. And why we decided to have such system, just to give some more explanation, because we are new democratic country, young democracy we have, and we have lots of challenges. And when we reviewed our history, which is not too big in doing democratic elections in my country, only 25 years old Central Election Commission we have in Georgia, so we discovered that we have lots of appeals and complaints, and some of the complaints, they are groundless and without any indications, etc. And some of the applicants, they are just submitting appeal and complaint without any reason, just to have numbers. And considering this huge number of complaints, which is our history, we decided to somehow disseminate the process of dispute resolution and to involve all level of election administration in the resolution process, dispute resolution process, and also involve general court, all the city and DC district courts, and the final instance is appeal court. Of course, it's also very important to mention that this is the system how we control each other, our decisions, of course. If election administration fails to have good decision, then court is in the place and the court will make final decision, of course. But I am very proud to say that during the last years, so we actually won more than 90% of the court cases in electoral behavior, which says that election administration is very good judge in Georgia, like our court system. As for the challenges, as I mentioned, at the polling station level, we receive lots of complaints from different electoral actors, and our law precisely indicates who is eligible to submit appeal and complaint. This might be candidate, might be observer, this might be, of course, political party or political party proxies, but not voter. Voter can only submit a complaint and appeal about his or her inclusion in the voters list, or the complaint with regard to voters list about the family members. That's only case when voter can submit the complaint, and another case when voter can be involved in dispute resolution process. This is constitutionality of the electoral matters. Voter also can submit the appeal and complaint in the constitutional court. So that's also very important part. And when it comes to the appeals, to some extent, of course, political parties and candidates, they are more concentrated on particular political interests, and they don't care about the ground and the reason of the complaint. And most of the complaints, they are groundless, and that's why we started to have special program on dispute resolution, and just to have the training program for observers, for electoral actors, how to submit complaint and what might be ground for the reasonable complaint. That's also within our interest, because this decrease the number of unreasonable complaints. We do training for election administration as well, and this is another challenge for us. because in most of the countries, polling workers are temporary workers. These polling station members, PC members, this is temporary body, and we cannot, of course, recruit very, let's say, knowledgeable, legally knowledgeable resources at the polling station level. And in some particular cases, they really lack enough knowledge to really be involved in dispute resolution process. That's why we also have very good experience to involve in our dispute resolution practice Venice Commission expert, providing expertise for election administration of Georgia in dispute resolution process on the best and good practices which is applied throughout the world. And we indicated all this information in our training manual and training guide for District Election Commission members, and this is also indicated in our manual for polling station members. Maybe final comment with regard to challenges. This is uniform understanding of sanctions. That's also another problem what we discovered during our dispute resolution process, because in some cases election administration is responsible to issue sanctions, either disciplinary or administrative sanctions. But in some cases, we discovered during the last 3 years that these decisions were not uniform. And that's why we started to work with all our members at DC level, at PC level, mainly at District Electoral Commission level, just to really analyze their decisions in dispute resolution process. And we elaborated special guide on uniform understanding of the dispute resolution process. That's our experience.
Thank you.
Panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I'm also very pleased to be here, and I thank ICPS for giving me this opportunity to participate in this panel discussion. In the Nigerian context, electoral dispute resolution is actually legally assigned to the courts. And the Electoral Commission has virtually little, if any, role in dispute resolution. And I think in practice, this is largely because also, almost invariably, parties to a dispute somehow join the Electoral Commission as a respondent in court. There are two types of disputes. There are what we call pre-election disputes, which are associated with nomination processes and such disputes before the elections. And these are normally handled by regular courts. But the key challenge we have had in Nigeria is that sometimes these disputes, because the normal court process is very slow, they can take years before they are disposed of, long after elections had taken place. I give you an example. We did an election in 2011, and somebody went to court claiming that he was a candidate who emerged in the primaries of his party, but somehow he was substituted by his party. And the Electoral Commission, by law, cannot reject a candidate submitted by a political party for any reason whatsoever. And although we monitored the primaries and we knew that the person submitted was actually not the person who won the primaries, there wasn't anything we could do. So the person that was submitted was elected, and it was not, that was the election of 2011, it was not until November 2014 that the matter was finally resolved in the Supreme Court, where it was said that actually that person who who was not allowed to participate was the rightful winner of the primaries. And from our point of view, those are really issues that a lot of reform measures with regards to the Electoral Act and the Constitution needed to address. But that is with regards to pre-election matters. For election matters, we have tribunals that are normally constituted after elections. Of course, the tribunals are constituted from judges of the normal courts, but they have a limited time frame within which to address all of these litigations. Judgments of the tribunals, of course, can be appealed through the courts of appeal and even to the Supreme Court. Some of the challenges, of course, associated with this had to do with, again, delays in terms of the time it takes to dispose of some of these cases. Before the 2011 general elections, the President of the Court of Appeal, who had the responsibility of appointing these tribunals, election tribunals, imposed a time limit within which all disputes had to be resolved. But there are again challenges associated with that, because those who lost in the tribunals would always claim that the time frame was a serious constraint or limitation. Arising from our experience and the recognition that a lot of resources and time and energy is wasted in litigation, we began to promote the use of alternative dispute resolution. And we partnered with many agencies, and in particular the IFES and the UNDP helped us to develop capacity within the Commission. We had a unit in 2011 that handled alternative dispute resolution, but we did a reorganization and restructuring after the 2011 elections, and we upgraded this unit into a directorate before the 2015 general elections. And we were able to develop capacity to train mediators and in-house, and also to partner with many non-governmental organizations so that we could explore ways and the means of ensuring that not every dispute ends up as a litigation in court. And we are very pleased that some of the political parties, at least, had utilized these alternative dispute resolution platforms in addressing leadership tussles within political parties. And increasingly, that is now becoming a good alternative to the regular dispute resolution mechanism. But of course, what is very, very important is that really the perception of integrity and impartiality or non-partisanship of the Electoral Commission is very, very important in terms of reducing litigation or generally minimizing disputes in the electoral process. And in Nigeria, we've seen some improvement because of some of these changing perceptions associated with the ways in which the Electoral Commission manages elections. I give you some examples. After the 2007 general elections, we had 1,527 cases that went to court contesting the results. And in virtually each of these, the Electoral Commission was joined as a respondent. By the time we conducted the 2011 general elections, the number of cases that now went to court came down to about 650, because there was an increased perception that the election was better managed, the Electoral Commission was relatively a bit more impartial, was perceived to be, and so on. And by the time we did the 2015 general elections, the number of cases also came down, only slightly, of course, to about 500 cases. So really we've seen increasing reduction in terms of the number of cases that go to courts for dispute resolution. So I think a lot of the reduction is attributable to the increasing perception of integrity of the Commission in the conduct of the election, even though a lot of the work that we have done also in terms of promoting alternative dispute resolution and promoting peaceful conduct generally of elections may have also have played a remarkable role in this regard. But there is also an emerging trend, which I should mention in the Nigerian context, about alternative dispute resolution, and which also played quite an important role in the 2015 general elections. This is, I call it a new trend, because increasingly we begin to see the role of non-governmental organizations in trying to promote peaceful conduct by candidates and parties. And in the Nigerian context, because there were serious concerns about violence and conflicts leading to the 2015 general elections, a group of highly regarded and respectable individuals established what was called the Peace Committee. And it played a very, very remarkable role in terms of reducing tension and promoting peaceful resolution of conflicts and disputes. This Peace Committee, which was chaired by a former head of state, and which included leading religious leaders and some very credible civil society activists, promoted, for example, what was called the Abuja Accord, which is a memorandum of understanding to which all the contestants in the presidential election signed, pledging themselves to peaceful conduct, to avoiding hate speeches, and to also committing themselves to peaceful resolution of disputes after the elections. And this, I believe, also contributed remarkably in terms of reducing tension and improving a peaceful atmosphere, helping to create a peaceful atmosphere for the conduct of the elections in Nigeria in 2015. I believe that countries that are challenged with conflict-ridden elections and disputations can benefit a lot, at least from our own experience, in promoting alternative dispute resolution. I think we need to develop capacity and also promote reduction of litigation as the only means of addressing disputes. And I would like to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Both were excellent responses. Before I ask the next question, I think what I'd like to try is I'll invite you to ask some questions, and then that way we don't have to add Sunday for the Commissioners' Roundtable, all day Sunday. Anyway, so if just you can be thinking about your questions. The next one that I have, I think, is an interesting one, and to hear how you both deal with the issue of stakeholders and election dispute resolution, and whether or not the stakeholders are helpful or hurtful to the process, and have you come up with any unusual or unique ideas, like the one in Ghana where they created a working group of the political parties, and they meet, the commission, election commission meets with them, and that's one of the ways that they're able to at least share the progress on the resolution of disputes. Not that that necessarily makes everybody happy, but so any insight that either of you have in terms of how you have dealt with this, and also how you see maybe the role of social media?
Thank you for this question. With regard to stakeholders, I partially covered this, but there are some certain issues, of course, very important ones in terms of stakeholder negotiation. Of course, we mainly talk to observer groups because our recent experience, our history was that lots of observers, local observers, they were submitting lots of complaints to the election administration at the polling station level. And now our law gives the possibility to electoral stakeholders, not only observers, but also political party proxies, and for all the people like authorized to be in the polling station during a day, to write down the note in the logbook, which is some kind of logbook of a day during election day. In case there is some minor, for instance, problem in the polling station, which shall be solved immediately. Observer or a political party representative, they just write down this note in the logbook, and this problem is immediately solved by the polling station worker, which is very good for us, for our stakeholders, because we are like advising each other how to avoid further disputes and how to avoid some minor procedural issues. Another very good example what we have, for instance, we increased a number of days for our stakeholders to submit a complaint appeal to the upper level election administration. And also we allowed, according to the law, we are allowing our stakeholders, in case they submit appeal application in the polling station, they can, another representative of the organization, they can in a parallel way submit the same complaint to the upper level election administration. And in some particular cases, when the organization, for instance, observer groups, observer organization, they review the content of the application and complaint, they undermine its submission because of maybe groundless or something like this, and that's how we actually decrease the number of unreasonable complaints. We also, of course, conducted training for them, but one important indication in our provisions, legal provisions, is just to give stakeholders possibility to correct their application, their appeal, which means that if there are some very minor technical information missing, for instance, date of application or time when the application was submitted. This is technical information in the complaint form. So we allow them, we give them some reasonable time to correct this application and resubmit it to the election administration, which really gives them gives them more possibility to really have good, fully well submitted complaint, and this is also very good for us not to remain this complaint undiscussed because of the small technical reasons. That's how we work with them, and of course also, it's very important the time frame I mentioned already. In some particular cases, in terms of Georgian context, we need to finalize all the court cases and election dispute resolution before, for instance, Parliament calls the first session, or, for instance, during the presidential elections, before President's inauguration process, which is very short deadlines and very short time frames, but we always give advices and legal consultations to everybody, and we have hotline and everything organized for them just to really have good dispute resolution process. And talking about the trust, Professor Jega actually mentioned that the body discussing, of course, electoral disputes shall have some kind of credibility, of course. Election administration of Georgia, we are, according to the recent several international surveys, we are on the third place among all the institutions in the country, including parliament, judiciary, ombudsman office, etc., in terms of having level of credibility coming from the voters, which also affects on dispute resolution process, and this also decreased the number of dispute resolution in Georgia. Just one last point: how we avoid unreasonable disputes. Now, that's another problem in the countries like Georgia and in developing countries. Because, for instance, even right now, we recently conducted bi-parliamentary elections, and one political party losing the elections and the candidate, this candidate is submitting appeal she submitted actually appeal in the polling station, in District Election Commission, in CEC, in the general courts, now in appeal courts. She knows very well that there is no really legal ground for this application, but because of the political interest and because of the maybe political PR, they do this. And that's, I think, the biggest challenge for the countries like Georgia, because if we don't have political culture, enough level of political culture of winner and loser, we cannot avoid unreasonable and groundless applications.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Certainly, we have recognized in Nigeria the need for constant engagement with stakeholders and having regular meetings as a proactive measure in terms of not just resolution of disputes, but actually creating a better atmosphere for working together to ensure peaceful conduct of the elections. And learning from the Ghanaian experience, which you mentioned, we also promoted the establishment of what we call an inter-party advisory council, which is drawn from all the registered political parties, with whom the Commission interacted to provide information, to discuss concerns and the issues of political parties, and to ensure that there is mutual trust and confidence built long before the conduct of an election. And that has been a very, very useful platform. But in addition to that, rather than just relying on representatives of parties, before the 2015 general elections, I think about 18 months or so before the 2015 general elections, we also established regular meetings, quarterly meetings with all the registered political parties. And during those meetings, we presented to them our plans and preparations and received their input and addressed their questions and concerns. And in generally, we were able to build mutual trust and confidence and have a transparent way of communicating and addressing issues as they had arisen. These kinds of platform with civil society organizations and indeed other ranges of stakeholders go a long way to create a better atmosphere for conduct of elections, and in fact have great potential as a proactive measure to minimize conflicts and disputes that otherwise would have arisen. Now, the use of social media, it's mixed, if I can put it that way. We try to use social media effectively as a means of communication. And also, we established what we call a situation room before an election, and where we use multiple media to communicate with stakeholders in the field to receive information and to respond to that as quickly as possible. And we found it useful in terms of not only helping the management of the election, on the day of the election, but also getting a head start in terms of quickly addressing challenges as they arise in the field. But we've also found that particularly the way in which some civil society organizations use social media, it can actually promote conflicts, because sometimes information is disseminated along partisan lines. Sometimes actually false information can be circulated, which can generate conflict, and before the commission is able to respond to that, the damage would have been done. But there is no doubt that in terms of improving communication, multiple media can be put to good use. In fact, in INEC, in Nigeria, before the 2015 general elections, we established what we call Citizens Contact Center, through which voters or any interested citizen can raise questions using multiple media, whether Twitter or text or telephone, and we responded to those issues and concerns, provided information, addressed concerns, and so on. So it helps a lot in terms of giving information and disseminating information, and also doing sensitization, including promoting, disseminating messages about peaceful conduct and so on. But there are other negative features of the use of social media, which we have seen in our own context. And I think it's important that we share experiences in terms of really how we can continue to minimize some of this negative use of social media by some stakeholders.
Thank you very much. Do we have a question in the audience? Yes, please. Patience.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly respected, and patience, the language of elections, Cameroon. I start by apologizing for not sitting up there. I wouldn't have dared, first of all, out of respect, and secondly, because I wasn't given officially permission to do that. So that said, my question goes to Professor Chika, with all due respect, sir. I'm a little bit curious. You said something about the Nigerian approach. In Cameroon, we equally have a national consultation forum where all stakeholders, about 2,000, come together, or much more, political parties, the media, civil society organizations, all come together, and we shout at each other, we try to resolve problems, and we try to make sure that disputes are minimized. But the question I want to ask, and it's based on what we've noticed back home, do you get the feeling that political parties necessarily master the electoral law, the procedures? Do they know where to file their complaints? Do they know how to go about it? Which court is responsible for what activity at what point in time? Because that's something we notice. And how do you handle that? That's the first one. And then maybe I'll come back if you let me. Thank you.
Should I?
Yes, please.
Yeah. First of all, with regards to stakeholder engagement, what we try to do in the Nigerian context is really to have a decentralized, rather than having one national consultative forum. On the one hand, we had periodic engagement with political parties, and then we have with civil society organizations, then we have with the media, and we even have with security agencies, which in the Nigerian context is understandable because of the security is a systemic challenge. But to your specific question, obviously, one would expect political parties to have mastered the electoral laws, but frankly, many of them really display a lot of ignorance and lack of familiarity with the legal framework. And we found this periodic engagement with them as very, very useful in terms of helping to provide clarifications and to address some of those clear indications of ignorance with regards to the legal framework. And I think that's the value of constant engagement, because it helps to understand what the challenges are and to find ways of addressing them long before election day. And so that constant engagement really helps a lot in that regard.
We have time for one more question right here in the back.
Great. I had a couple questions related to the American experience, which I hope you could shed some light on from your countries. We've had some developments in America where the number of votes counted in the initial count after election day has kind of gone down. We've got a lot of innovative methods for people voting by mail or provisional ballots or things that are good for the voter but are slowing down the ballots that get counted immediately. So the newspapers report a count and it turns out there's actually a fair amount of the vote out there remaining. So I guess one question is how do you deal with your initial reporting of election results? That's not a final set of election results maybe, and therefore candidates' decisions on whether to ask for recounts, what the public expects. Second quick one is, do you have limitations on by when you are to resolve these disputes? We go back to 2000, an election in Florida, where of course we had a hard recount into the time period, or I can go the opposite direction of a famous recount we had in Minnesota, which went on for 9.5 months, leaving the seat vacant for a very long time, partly because of the way our laws, our system are set up. So do you have finality by a date certain that you're able to get to in resolving these election disputes?
Thank you.
Maybe I will answer with regard to results and recounting. That was the question, how we deal with this. Of course, in Georgian context, this is a very important issue for us because we understand that we need to have preliminary results as soon as possible just to avoid any conflicts or some misunderstanding by different political parties or involved stakeholders, of course, and we do have special approaches how to announce the preliminary results on the same date, on the same night when E-Day is actually completed and all the results are counted. And we have special program, internal management system, through internet we are actually getting the protocols. How we avoid problems? According to the Georgian law, all the actors, like in the polling station, who are authorized to be at the polling station, they receive copies of the protocols. In all polling stations, we have photocopying machines, and we are giving the official copies of the protocols to everyone. This is one explanation just to really decrease number of complaints, because when they see the same protocols uploaded on our CSE website, and there is no change, and the figures are absolutely the same, and the protocol is the same, nobody complains. But in case we have, for instance, the request for a recounting, of course, we usually prefer to recount and to really, at the polling station level, just to really prove that these are results in the box, and we did not change anything. For instance, during recent 2014 municipal elections, we recounted about 71 polling stations, and based on recounting, the results remain the same, which also is very supportive in terms of increasing trust toward election results. But of course we receive anyway some complaints just to really cancel the summary protocol of polling station or district election commission, etc. But the system which is working in Georgia, it's very good in this regard, because if polling station protocol is appealed, this goes to the District Election Commission, and then this goes to the court. And the court decision is final. And when we summarize protocol based on different PECs, there is no any legal ground to cancel this protocol because court hearings are already done. That's the case in Georgia.
In the Nigerian context, the legal framework does not permit preliminary declaration of results. Results are only declared when they are tabulated and formally announced by the Electoral Commission. And also there are penalties prescribed for the media or anybody preempting the formal declaration of results. It can be a slow process, but since 2011, the Electoral Commission was able to ensure that presidential results are actually declared, officially announced within 48 hours. Prior to that time, it could take up to a week before final results were declared.
We'll take one last question from Terry, and then we'll move into our next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. The biggest problem for any electoral official is dealing with the political parties in the electoral process. And unfortunately, the political parties are our greatest stakeholders, the biggest important stakeholder. Now, in our case in South Africa, we've got a way of coordinating through what we call party liaison committees with represented political parties. They still give us problems, yet they are the most well-informed about the process because we meet with them regularly. Now, the biggest challenge we have, it's actually political parties that are not represented in either parliament or legislatures. Now, I want to find out from both of you whether in your different countries you've got mechanisms that you have put in place in order to continuously engage with unrepresented political parties. Because if they do not understand the electoral process, they can be quite disruptive to the process. You know, what are the kind of the things that you do to make sure that you consult with them or you meet with them from time to time? Thank you.
Maybe I will start. That's a very good question because we need to start to talk to political parties at first. And because most of the challenges are coming in terms of dispute resolution from political parties, as I mentioned. And we have different kind of mechanisms, for instance, in Georgia, how to deal with political parties. As Professor Jaga mentioned, we have the same approach. We, during the active election period, we are organizing at least monthly meetings with political parties, and we are discussing different kind of issues, ongoing issues. They have lots of questions, we are giving answers, we are giving explanations, and then the meeting is closed. They feel empty, that there is no any reason to complain. That's a very good approach, and I would suggest to everybody to just really have some consultation and the very good format of meeting with political parties. But how we select them? For instance, in many countries, number of political parties is too much. For instance, in Georgia, about more than 70 political parties are registered. But we have the certain criteria how to invite them. If political party is active, like participating during at least recent last 3 elections, we invite them to talk. And that's our criteria, because if there is registered political party but not active at all, so we shall not talk to them because they are not interested at all in elections. So that's our criteria, and they really understand this, because if they are active and they register themselves to run for the elections, we invite them and we talk to them. As for understanding, of course, law and procedures, my colleague Natia has already mentioned that we have lots of training programs, and we also invite all political parties. all political parties to take part in our training sessions, and we are giving information about procedures, about law provisions, about even how to submit appeal, and even we are giving them the special complaint form just to really know what to write down and how, with explanations. And one more thing, we are issuing our, the CAC Georgia, through our training center, we are issuing grants to build capacity of political parties. This is actually obligation by law on political unions in Georgia. Law says that CAC Georgia and its training center need to issue grants to the local organizations to support capacity of political parties as well as civic education. That's how we approach them, and through many organizations we are supporting their capacity development. And the same criteria is applied for this support. We select all parties, like having this this criteria for last 3 general election being active, and we offer all of them these educational programs. That's our experience.
No doubt dealing with political parties is very, very difficult, because parties tend to take partisan positions, and sometimes even when they have all the information available to them, they can still turn around and take positions which are partisan and which can put an electoral commission on the spot. But we found that ensuring that there is a platform where all registered parties participate in a discussion helps and complements remarkably just meeting with the party liaison officers. Because sometimes in our own context, the Inter-Party Advisory Council, which is a smaller group, elected representatives of all the registered parties, they can come to meetings. They may not share all the information at that meeting to all the parties. So recognizing that difficulty, we now institutionalized the quarterly meeting with all the registered political parties, and the chairmen and secretaries of political parties or their designated representatives participate in those meetings. And we did it quarterly, that is 3 months intervals, until about 6 months to the general elections. And then we made the meeting monthly, you know. So by doing that, obviously we created opportunities where then we could share information, we could clarify what we are doing, we could listen to their concerns and try to also sometimes together reach a consensus. For example, when we review regulations for the conduct of elections, we take their input and discuss, so that when we come out with regulations and guidelines, in general there would have been some consensus arrived on those issues. But really, when all is said and done, our experience has shown that even on matters that in these meetings that you have agreed, a political party will still come out and say that we don't agree to this after they had actually agreed. So, but at least in those larger meetings, you've already generated a consensus, you know. So what they do individually then wouldn't matter much in that regard.
Well, I want to take this opportunity to thank our two this afternoon. They've done an excellent job, and I want to thank the audience for your excellent questions. I have a couple of announcements here. The workshops on technology will be starting within the next few minutes right across the hall. The first workshop 1 is in the O'Gorman room. The topic is biometric technology in elections, curse or blessing. So you can decide. And that is going to be with Genki Company. So I encourage you to go there if you're interested in the biometric. And then on workshop 2 is Bharat Electronics. It's going to be in the Cuevas room, and the topic is electronic voting machines. And they're going to also talk a little bit about the work they recently have done in Namibia as well as in India. So both of those you will find interesting. We will meet back in here for the coffee break. It'll begin around 3:15, and we're hoping to resume on the schedule. I have consulted with the powers that be, and I will postpone my resume of the day's activities to tomorrow morning, so we will pick up 15 minutes. So hopefully we will be able to end on time, Mr. Secretary. Okay, thank you very much. Panel, and we're running slightly behind, so I'm hoping that maybe we could try to finish this about 5 o'clock, and then we might wind up having, I'm going to try to end the whole session as close to the planned hour of 5:45 as much as possible. And we're going to save time on this particular panel, because the title of the panel is 2015 Election Experiences. What went right and what went wrong? Well, nothing went wrong, so we're going to save half the time. Anyway, this is really going to be a fascinating session because our panel is quite expanded and we're going to be hearing about experiences from all around the world. So as to not lose any more time, I will just go through and introduce our panelists. Lefteria Lucy, she's the chairperson of the Central Election Commission of Albania. Dr. Edwin Gonzalez, he's the Director of Press and Communications at the National Registry Office in Colombia. Then we have, Dr. Makezi Nyafizi. He's the commissioner from the Independent Electoral Commission of Lesotho. And let's see, then we have Notemba Tipweja. She's the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. And we just in the previous session heard all about her experience with the new voting system from India for the recent elections there. So with that, what I would like to do for this session is I'm going to start off with one question. And as they're answering the first question, you can think about your questions. And we will go, and the rest of the time we will spend taking your questions. If there are none, then I have a few to fill in the time. So in terms of the lead question, I think, is just going back to our topic. In your experience in your country in 2015, with regard to the electoral process, what has gone right? And in the very rare cases where maybe things might be improved, you might highlight where improvement could take place in the future. So with that, let's begin with Lefteria.
Thank you, Richard. Dear panelists, dear friends. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for this event, ICPS and Tribunal Electoral of Mexico, that give us the opportunity to be here and to share with each other our experience. So, as Richard said, I am talking now for the Albanian experience in the last election. We passed the local election in the June 2015. And of course, to go in this election, for all of us, has problem with, yes? I'm right now? No? No. No. Yeah, yes. But the work to go in the day is very, very long. After I am appointing these duties as chairwoman of CEC Albania in the October 2012. And immediately we was preparing the parliamentary election in 2013. And immediately in the CEC comes from everywhere the donors, the embassy, and wanted to support us in the next election. For me, it's different and is very, very tired to gather all the peoples in the short time. And we have this, and time by time I've discussed with them. Why you come in the CEC now, only before the election? Because, said them, is the practice that we used in Albania is this. Before the election, we comes to CC and support. And I said, now everything is changed. I don't want to work you before the election, but after, immediately, a day, when the election finished. Because the time when we start to preparing for election are immediately after the election. And I try to be in touch with them after the election, of course, that for the first time in Albania, we used to cooperate together after the election. And after the election, first of all, we prepared our analyze of the election, how the things goes, in the right and the wrong way, of course. And after this analyze inside of the CC, we decided to go ahead with the roundtable, with issues that has been very, very problematic in our election. And so we produced 5 roundtables after the election 2013, which are best practice and platforms for the training of electoral commissioners, equal chances and meeting the electoral gender quota, exercising of the right to vote by the persons with disabilities, electoral campaign and media challenges for the future, financing of political parties and electoral campaign. As you see, each topic is very problematic in the election, and I think, and in your country. So this is the good experience and practice that we'll use. After each roundtables, we produce recommendation. This recommendation we send in the parliament. We produced the changes in the law, in the electoral law, and we send all these changes in the parliament. And in the first contact with the parliament, they say to us, who is your job? Election are institutions that produce only or are working only for election. And we said that, of course, according with law, or the law is not obliged us to take the initiatives to change the law. But in the same time, the code don't stop us to do these things. This is the good job that we realized with all the target groups, all the political party, and now in the last election, local election, we used again the same procedures. And not long from today, but 2 weeks ago, we finished our analysis for the local election, and of course, we produce another or different issues for the changes in the law. But I want to share with you some things that went right in this local election. For the first time, from the 2011 and 2013, CEC worked completely, because in the previous election, the CEC, 3 members of the CEC were not on the duty. They resigned. The political party that proposed them in the CEC resigned from the commission, from the Central Election Commission. And as you know, after that, in the parliamentary election, this party that resigned these members has won in the election. So they show that it's not the commissioners that doing the election, but the people, the voters, are doing the elections. In the second time, we approved the full package of secondary legislation, normative and individual. In the last election, local election, we have improved and we have approved an internal regulation for the functioning of the institution, which is pending since 2010. Constitution of commissions of the second level and CAZ and the others levels were appointed from the CEC in the last minute, because according to our code, the political party are obliged to propose all the commissioners, and the CC only appointed them. So this political party used only the last minute to propose these commissioners to work with us. We have employed people with disabilities and assistant regional inspectors. So we have employed 12 people with disabilities to work with us to produce the reports how their conditions are in the voting centers, because we have a database with the disabled people, and to build this database all the times we have a relation with the local units. But in this information we have seen that they lied us time by time. In this case we used these people to work near of local unit to produce a report for us, and after that, after this report, which we have in our table now, we have seen a lot of problems that, of course, for the CEC, for the future, will be to implement a different way or different roads to see how will be more cooperation CEC with all the institutions, not only the local units, but with the health ministry, with education ministry, and the other ministries. Of course, all the electoral material, it was distributed in the time. Of course, all the process is complete in the transparency, and anybody can see our activity and each activity, and of course all the problems that our activity has show in our job, of course. If we refer the voting process and the OSCE OD report, we say that voting process was quiet, with no evidence of incident, and it's good for us. And election for the first time were not repeated in any electoral zones. None of the commissioners abandoned the task. No incident were recorded on election day, even during the counting process. The confidence, the public confidence, of course, in this case is increased in the administration of process. Voters were part of election administration. And as you know now, because I have told you, slogan of election was proposed by voters, a special section in the website of the CEC. Or graphic implementation of the election materials was done voluntary contribution of the students. Education materials were produced in the language of 5 minorities. Leaflets with information for immigrants were distributed in each boarding in the Albanian. All TV spots were translated with sign language. Sure, the administrate, CAZ is the second level of the election administration. In their duty, of course, attend correctly procedures for registration of candidates for mayors and multi-name list for municipal councils, which are now 61. And distributed on time election materials to voting center commissions and receiving it back after voting process respecting the deadlines. Counting process lasted 6 days, where, in fact, if we have compared this process with the local election in 2011, we see that we have done a big progress, because in the 2011, the counting has finished for 14 days. And so I say you a problem which has faced in this local election, and which comes from the political party. I said before that the commissioners comes from the political party, are proposed by them. But according to the law, the political party has the right to replace these commissioners every time that they want it, and in the day, and in the time that counting is in the process. This is the big issues that wanted to change after or to be part of the electoral reform. I wanted to say that we are now near of the big electoral reform in Albania. Of course, I said we are near because in the last parliamentary election, after that, we have done only some changes, but big changes, I wanted to say, because we have changed the gender quota. And now in the Albania, I am glad to say that in the local municipality, we have about 34% of the councils are women. So these big changes has come from the changes in the law, and the political party decided in the last minute to change the law and to be the gender quota of these changes. The changes in the law in the Albanian are not a good practice, because after the election, after each election, we change the law. But as you know, the law is is necessary to be strong and not to change time by time. But in the last changes for the gender quota, the political party doing the big step forward, and so it's good for them to continue to have this opportunity of changes for the gender quota and the parliamentary election, because the changes are done only for the local election. So. The political party used to do these changes only in the last minute. And this is a big problem for Albanian, for the CEC, for the Central Election Commission, because it's very difficult to implement these changes in our job, in the secondary legislation which approved by the Central Election Commission. So in the future, we are now waiting to do this electoral reform. Of course, our view for the commissioners, it was now that to be depolitization from the political party. Now we have our country have right to have the commissioners that are not proposed by the political party, but to come from the voters. This is the big changes that we CEC wanted to do, but let's see that political party will agree of us or not. But we have proposed in another issues to have changes to build up a training center in Albania, because we have listened, and in the previously panels, it's very important to train the commissioners, the different target group for election, because it's very, very important to be educated in this field. So I am open to discuss, and for the other things, if you have questions. Thank you for attention.
Jufalan Deret.
In my language, it's thank you.
And I want to add that in next year, in September of 2016, the Central Election Commission will be hosting the 25th anniversary conference of the ACEEO. So thank you.
Welcome, so welcome in Albania.
Thank you. We'll now go to interventions from our other panelists. We'll go to Dr. Makasi Nyafizi.
Thank you very much. Is it on? Can you hear me? I would also like to express my appreciation to the ICPS and the Mexican Federal Election Management Body for excellent facilities that have been accorded to us. Perhaps to understand what went, it is important for me to put a little bit of background context into the elections in 2015 that we held. We had our elections in 2012, and we were supposed to hold the next ones in 2017. We had a coalition government of 3 parties, but it became apparent early last year that this marriage within the parties would not last. There were strains in terms of understanding and managing the coalition government, to an extent that by March, it became apparent that the government was dysfunctional. And SADC had to intervene in terms of bringing the parties together. They met in Windhoek to try and address the issues. They met in Victoria. Falls in Zimbabwe, they met in Pretoria. But it seemed that the marriage of this coalition was doomed to fail. And so in September last year, SADC decided to facilitate in bringing political normalcy to Lesotho through assigning the Deputy President of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, to be the facilitator. He came to Lesotho, and around September, it became apparent that the only alternative or the only solution to the political impasse that was happening was to go for elections, early elections, and bring forward the 2017 elections forward. This was agreed by all the parties. So we had to hold snap elections. We were asked, how long would the IEC, what kind of time period would IEC be ready to conduct the elections? According to our estimate at that particular time, it was in September, we said we'll probably need about 6 to 10 months to prepare for the elections. He went back and conferred with the political parties, and he came back to us and said, you don't have that latitude. According to the Constitution, you have 90 days to, once the days of elections have been announced, to conduct the elections, and you must stick to that. We tried to indicate to him that, look, December and January are not the right times because they're almost dead months. Most of the people who supply us with materials will be closed, so it's going to be tight. He said, I don't care. The political parties say that you should go for elections. So we made an elections plan, and lo and behold, first week of December, His Majesty the King declared the date of the elections to be the 25th of February 2015. So we had exactly 3 months. But fortunately, because we anticipated that this was the case, we started procuring materials a month before the announcement of the dates. And this was, despite the fact that the budget came late and was not approved, we made a decision that we instructed the director to make sure that she procures the materials, still waiting for the approval of the budget, and even the procurement procedures, relaxation of the procurement procedures. Now, it is important to know that even with well-planned elections, something will and can always go wrong. It is important, therefore, and some of the things that could be both internal or external. It is important to manage this and monitor and evaluate at every critical stage to have a risk management plan. And this is what we did. We had a good electoral risk management plan. The other good thing that we had was good logistics planning. We planned our logistics in such a way that we were quite certain and made sure that all the materials will be at the polling stations 24 hours before voting day, and this we achieved. The third aspect was upholding of the independence of the commission. It is during this time that of the elections that all the politicians and the powers that be, the government, would like to manipulate and instruct the electoral commission as to what to do. So we needed to uphold our credibility. Some of the parties indicated to us that we should declare that we are not ready to go for elections, that we are not ready. And they did say on our behalf that we are not ready, but we stood our ground and we went to the media and we said, no, we are ready and we will deliver impartial and credible elections. This we did, we stood our ground on that. We requested the political parties to adhere to the code of conduct, and we monitored that. And in fact, one of the officers of the First Lady, during that period, had some social programs within a community, and we asked them to stop it. And we went to the media and we stopped her from distributing materials. And this was seen by the government as being, cheeky of the commission to stop the First Lady doing this. But we stood our ground so that it can be credible. The other issue was that under normal circumstances, and it has been like that for years and years in Lesotho because of the terrain, there are inaccessible areas where voting materials or election materials have to be distributed by helicopters. And the only people that are capable of doing that is the army. But because some elements, some political parties wanted to put hurdles towards this, they said, we don't trust the army to distribute the materials. We should instead ask SADC to bring in helicopters to distribute the materials. And it was a big issue. And the deputy president then said, but the terrain is so huge. In fact, the logistics of bringing even helicopters from SADC would be huge at a huge cost. And the only alternative would be to bring, the army from Nepal, which has got the same kind of terrain like ourselves, and it would just be impossible. So in the end, even in the last minute, the director made a decision that, we give the order to the police, to the army, and we did that, just so that we cannot compromise the delays in making sure that the electoral materials are there 24 hours before the elections. The other success thing that we did very right was that as we were cleaning the voters' roll, we, instead of doing it centrally, we decentralized it. And we made sure that the removal of the deceased and the duplications were not only done at the central, but also at the district level. The staff commitment was excellent. Our staff worked 24 hours, in shifts, in order to make sure that everything else went on very well, and their commitment was exceptional. We also established a tribunal and conciliators, both for the national and district level, respectively, to look at any disputes that happened. In fact, despite the hype and the mood that was prevailing, there were only about 3 to 4 disputes at the national level that were handled. And this was unprecedented. We had thought that we were going to be getting more than 20, but there were only 3 to 5, and these were resolved easily. The effective use of the media. One of the things that we effectively did as a commission was to use the media very well. In fact, we used the CIA tactics of inundating the media so that they can be effective. It cannot be effective. Inundation of the media by information. So we gave them so much information that to process it, they would find it very difficult to process it very quickly and make sense out of it. The results management. According to the Constitution, we are supposed to announce the results of the elections within a week. But everything else went so well that we were able to announce the results within 3 days. The other element that I think we used very effectively, we have political consultative forums, that deals with the media, the logistics, and everything else, and we used it very, very effectively. Lastly, what went right was that we helped the political parties to sign an electoral pledge with the support of the non-governmental organizations and the Christian Council of Lesotho, that all the political parties will adhere to the code of conduct and will be able to accept the outcome of the elections, which they did. What went wrong? As I said earlier, despite the good planning and good execution, something can always go wrong. The most important thing is how to manage that and be prepared for it. Some of the things are internal, some of them are external, but which have got a potential of ruining everything else, and you must be aware of them. So one of the biggest things that happened, which nearly had the potential of going wrong, was that a month before we went for the elections, we found out that computers that were used for voter registration got stolen in the warehouse. You can imagine when that got to the media to say that computers have been stolen. We did not know how many of them were there, what information was there, but they said, we are not going for elections if those computers are lost and there's got data in there. That means they are going to be used to make the elections to be non-credible. The director knew this, but he had not informed the commission, and we made a decision to suspend the director of elections immediately, and he was suspended. Just so to make sure that we are on the right track, and we seem to be taking this very, very seriously. We informed the police, an investigation happened, we brought in the political parties, they brought in their computer experts, and over 3 weeks, they did everything else possible to see whether that information that was contained in those computers that were stolen could be used to infiltrate the voters' roll. And after 3 weeks, they found out that it was impossible to use those. They were obsolete computers, which they'd been stolen by students and some of the people working there. And when they found them, there were about 46 computers. They found out that they'd used them to have, they'd installed, Microsoft Word and whatnot, for students to use. But they could not have gotten into the voters' roll because it was been downloaded to the national server. And it was only after the political parties had brought in their experts that they were convinced that the information that was contained there could not infiltrate the voters' roll. But it had a potential, serious potential, of undermining the process and bringing the elections to disrepute. In the end, as I said, the culprits were brought to book, the computers were found, some of them in Johannesburg, Cape Town, Bloemfontein, and in the various districts in the country. Something else that could have had a potential of not going right was that in the printing of the ballot papers, there were some names not appearing in the ballot paper of some of the political parties. So you can imagine, during voting day, you find that the names of one of the political parties does not appear on the ballot paper. Or the IEC, did that on purpose to undermine the process. But fortunately, the director made a decision that it happened within one constituency. So it was easy to borrow the ballot papers from the same constituency, and the issue was resolved. At the time of going for elections, in the prisons, the prisoners are allowed to vote. But there was a dispute with the wardens about pay, rise, and so on. So they refused for the IEC to establish polling stations in the prisons. This caused a lot of havoc again, saying that the IEC has not done its job. As usual, they'll always blame the IEC, the Independent Electoral Commission, for not doing things. But through negotiations, we helped in the negotiations with the wardens, and in the end, we succeeded. And although they started very late, polling was supposed to start at 8 o'clock, but the prisoners' vote had started, some of the earliest that they opened was about 4 o'clock in the evening. So negotiations helped in this aspect. And in conclusion, it is important at every stage to note that things can go wrong, but you must make sure that you have a strategy to address them as and when it happens. And that can also be done through a good risk management plan. And we believe, according to the reports that we got from both the local, international observers, that we stood up to the challenge in organizing the snap elections. We conducted them in a very transparent, impartial, and credible way within a very, very short period of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your overview. Y ahora mismo tengo el honor para pasar la palabra al doctor Edwin González, director de Prensa y Comunicaciones para la Registraduría Nacional de Colombia.
Muchas gracias, muy buenas tardes. Quisiera iniciar agradeciendo al Centro Internacional para Estudios Parlamentarios y al Tribunal Electoral de México por la invitación y por tenernos en cuenta en este importante evento que pues, es también de importancia para mi país. Quisiera iniciar con una cosa, y es que la Registraduría Nacional del Estado Civil en Colombia pasa por uno de sus mejores momentos en estos 2 últimos años. En el año 2014 tuvimos las elecciones de presidente en primera y segunda vuelta, así como las elecciones de Congreso, del Parlamento. Y este año, en el 2015, recién el 25 de octubre, hace aproximadamente 15 días, 20 días, tuvimos las elecciones locales, que para Colombia son las más grandes en cuanto a participación de candidatos. Y digo que pasamos por una época muy buena para las registradurías, porque hoy, tanto para los medios de comunicación como para la sociedad civil, la registraduría se logró posicionar en el tercer lugar de confiabilidad, es decir, es la tercera entidad con más confianza que hay en Colombia actualmente. Y solo lo anteceden dos entidades, la Iglesia Católica y el Ejército Nacional, es decir, que la registraduría es la primera entidad de orden civil en confianza para los colombianos. Lo dicen las encuestas y los medios de comunicación. Para llegar a esto se hizo un trabajo arduo, grande. Para las elecciones del 25 de octubre empezamos a prepararlas un año antes. Varios de los medios de comunicación criticaban frecuentemente, y la sociedad civil criticaba frecuentemente a la organización, porque decía que el proceso no era abierto, que el proceso era cerrado y que todo el proceso para llegar a las elecciones solo lo conocía la organización electoral, que se divide en el Consejo Nacional Electoral y la Registraduría Nacional. Empezamos a hacer un trabajo con todos los directivos de la Registraduría Nacional para saber cómo podríamos abrirle el proceso a todos los colombianos. Y llegamos a una conclusión, y es que a través de 4 plataformas que siempre fueron públicas en la página de la Registraduría, los colombianos iban a poder ser veedores del proceso, iban a poder vigilar el proceso casi que en tiempo real. Ideamos 4 plataformas tecnológicas. La primera de ellas es la inscripción de cédulas. La plataforma de inscripción de cédulas permitía que las personas que habían cambiado de su residencia y querían votar en otro departamento o en otro municipio, inscribieran su cédula en la registraduría más cercana. Cada vez que una persona se inscribía, la información se subía a la web y diariamente a las 5 de la tarde se publicaban cuántas personas se habían inscrito en el país. ¿Esto con qué fin? Lo pongo de pronto en un caso local. Es que si yo, Edwin González, vivo en la Ciudad de México, en el DF, pero por altimañas y trampas políticas me pagaban para ir a votar a Puerto Vallarta, si mi vecino veía que yo estaba inscrito en Puerto Vallarta y él sabía que yo no vivo en Puerto Vallarta sino en el DF, me podía denunciar. Es decir, cada persona, cada ciudadano era un partícipe del proceso electoral. Pues con sorpresa nos enteramos que casi en 200 municipios del país se había incrementado la inscripción de cédulas. Es decir, que nosotros comparábamos las cifras del 2011, que fue la última elección de autoridades locales, con la del 2015 y notamos que en algunos municipios se había elevado la inscripción al 250% y hasta el 270%. Es decir, que si en el 2011, hablando localmente, en el DF se habían inscrito 200.000 personas, en el 2015, en menos de que se acabe el periodo de inscripción, ya iban 450.000 personas de la noche a la mañana. Esto le permitió tanto a la Fiscalía como a la Procuraduría, que son los entes competentes para investigar el delito de la transhumancia o el voto golondrino, como se conoce, empezar a tomar acciones que por primera vez en la historia generaron resultados. Y es que la Fiscalía logró abrir investigaciones contra más de 200 personas por tratar de hacer trasteo de votos. Esta inscripción de cédulas le dio herramientas al Consejo Nacional Electoral y a las autoridades para dejar sin efecto 1.600.000 inscripciones de cédulas este año. Es la primera vez en la historia de mi país que se deja sin efecto la inscripción de cédulas por el fraude de la transhumancia. Pues esto le ayudó a las autoridades para realizar las investigaciones competentes y hacer sus primeras capturas por personas que querían cometer este delito. La segunda es la plataforma de censo electoral. ¿Qué queríamos nosotros? Decirle a los ciudadanos a través de varios meses de antelación, a través de un aplicativo en la web, que con solo ingresar la cédula de ciudadanía, ellos pudieran saber dónde era su sitio de votación, si habían sido designados como jurados de votación y si su cédula era perteneciente a las de los transhumantes. ¿Por qué? Porque si mi cédula aparecía como transhumante, quería decir que no podía ejercer mi derecho al voto en el último lugar de inscripción, en este caso el ejemplo, Puerto Vallarta, sino que me tenía que devolver a la Ciudad de México, porque era la última vez donde yo había votado. Eso se nos podía convertir en un problema de orden público, En el 2011 a nosotros, por transhumancia, nos quemaron casi 42 registradurías en diferentes municipios. Hubo desorden, piedra en las registradurías, amenazas contra los registradores. Lo que nosotros necesitábamos hacer era contarle a las personas que su cédula era calificada como transhumante y que tenía que ir a votar al lugar donde ejerció su derecho la última vez, es decir, en el 2011. Entonces, con ese aplicativo de censo electoral, con el simple hecho de yo digitar mi cédula de ciudadanía, podía saber varias cosas en el proceso electoral que me afectaban a mí. ¿Cuál era mi lugar de votación? Si yo había sido designado como jurado de votación, porque en Colombia, cuando lo designan a uno como jurado de votación, es un deber de asistir a la cita con la democracia. El que no lo haga tiene una multa de aproximadamente 10 salarios mínimos, en pesos colombianos son casi 7 millones de pesos, en dólares sería traducido casi que en $3.500 más o menos, la multa para quien no asista. La tercera fue la inscripción de candidatos. Cada vez que un candidato se inscribía en Colombia para ostentar el cargo, cualquier cargo público de los que se estaba eligiendo, la información se subía a la web. ¿Qué me permitía esto? Que cualquier persona que conociera inhabilidades de los candidatos lo podía hacer saber a las autoridades competentes. Este año se inscribieron 115.000 personas para ostentar 18.000 cargos. Es decir, que 97.000 personas no ganaron. Las otras 18.000 quedaron con sus curules. Y esas 97.000 personas que no ganaron, generalmente, para ellos y para los partidos políticos, no es que hayan perdido las elecciones. Para ellos es que las elecciones se las robó la registraduría o el Consejo Nacional Electoral. Pero ¿qué pasó este año particularmente? Que gracias a que tuvimos los datos abiertos, gracias a que la información era pública, los ciudadanos se empezaron a dar cuenta de algunas trampas políticas y de algunas quejas que hacían hacia la organización electoral que no tenían fundamento. La cuarta herramienta fue la aplicación de la divulgación de los resultados preliminares, o el preconteo, como se dice en mi país, en Colombia. En la era de la tecnología nosotros no podíamos estar atrás. Según un estudio reciente, Colombia es un país de la región, está ubicado como el tercer país con más consumidores de smartphone, solo lo antecede México y Brasil. Sabiendo esto, viendo estos estudios, una empresa española que se llama Indra nos desarrolló un aplicativo para smartphone y para iPads. Las personas podían ver el día de la elección desde las 4 de la tarde en tiempo real la información preliminar de las elecciones. Pues el resultado es que casi 500.000 personas descargaron la aplicación, siguieron la aplicación desde sus smartphones. Nosotros en Colombia tenemos salas de prensa en cada departamento, son 34 departamentos, 32 y 2 en Bogotá. Tenemos una sala de prensa donde van los periodistas a seguir las elecciones. Varios de los periodistas no asistieron a la sala de prensa porque ya tenían su herramienta desde el smartphone, entonces desde sus emisoras y sus canales de televisión seguían el proceso a través de un teléfono o de un iPad. Pues esto tuvo muy buen resultado. Nosotros logramos entregar, que esto me lleva al segundo tema de que nos fue bien, y es que logramos entregar el resultado del alcalde de Bogotá, de la capital, en 70 minutos. A las 4 de la tarde se cerraron las urnas, a las 4:10 los jurados de votación y todos los integrantes de la mesa ya habían sacado los votos, y en 70 minutos conocíamos el nombre del alcalde de la capital de la República de Colombia, de Bogotá. En 90 minutos, 100 minutos, supimos el resto de los nombres de alcaldes y gobernadores que ya tenían ganada su curul para Colombia, para los diferentes cargos. La rapidez en los resultados nos lleva a nosotros ¿a qué? A la transparencia, y nos lleva a nosotros a legitimar el proceso. Esos resultados se escanean y se suben a la web. Hay 3 boletas exactamente iguales, con los mismos resultados. Una es para la web, la otra es para las personas del jurado y la otra es para la comisión escrutadora, que es quien finalmente cuenta los votos. Y esas 3 actas o esas 3 boletas tienen que coincidir. Entre la información preliminar y el conteo de votos, el escrutinio que hace la comisión escrutadora, siempre nosotros tenemos una diferencia de aproximadamente el 0,3 al 0,5%, es decir que la diferencia no es nada. Nosotros impusimos un récord el año pasado con las elecciones presidenciales y obviamente no podíamos este año bajar ese récord. Este año volvimos a imponer un récord para las elecciones de autoridades locales. Sabemos que la agilidad para el caso de mi país es sinónimo de transparencia y sabemos que habernos abierto con los datos a todos los colombianos fue un proceso que le dio legitimidad a la institución que hoy ostenta el tercer título en confiabilidad en el país. Y el segundo punto en que nos falta indudablemente el tema del delito electoral, de la transhumancia, es un tema que es muy común en mi país. Nosotros este año tuvimos 8.500 estaciones biométricas que nos dejaban a nosotros identificar a cerca de 10 millones de personas. El censo electoral para Colombia es de 34 millones de personas y este año votaron 21 millones de personas. Solo teníamos para identificar a 10 millones. ¿Qué hacemos? Con organizaciones no gubernamentales, la Misión de Observación Electoral, la MOE, con la Procuraduría y con la Fiscalía, elaboramos un mapa de riesgos electorales. Con datos y estadísticas que recogemos a través de los años, sabemos qué regiones del país tienen más riesgo de cometer delitos electorales. Allá les mandamos la biometría. ¿Qué nos falta? Cubrir el total de biometría para las elecciones, pero eso nos lo entregan los recursos económicos del gobierno nacional. Este año nos dieron solo para 8.500. Estamos tratando de tener reuniones con el gobierno nacional, con el ministro del Interior y el ministro de Hacienda, para que en las próximas elecciones la cobertura biométrica sea del 100% de las personas que quieren ejercer su derecho al voto. Y sabemos que es importante la biometría porque quiero ponerle un ejemplo que nos sucedió el año pasado con la biometría. Y es que cuando yo me inscribo con biometría para las elecciones, me dice su mesa es la número 1 en el puesto 1 en Puerto Vallarta, por ejemplo. Si yo no estoy inscrito en la mesa 1 en el puesto 1, si voy a la mesa 2 del puesto 2 de Puerto Vallarta, la máquina obviamente no me va a leer, no me va a identificar. ¿Qué hizo un partido político en Colombia? Reunió a 30 personas que no estaban inscritas en la mesa 1, los formó en fila. La primera persona pasó, su identificación biométrica, no le da, usted acá no está. La segunda, identificación, no, usted no está acá, no le da. Tercera, cuarta, cuando llegan en la séptima, obviamente, orquestado, porque ya era planeado, todo era premeditado, empezó una discusión en esa mesa diciendo que las máquinas biométricas no sirven, que la levantáramos. Entonces empezó la llamada del gobernador, del alcalde, de los partidos políticos, de los congresistas, a decirnos, señores registraduría, levante su máquina biométrica que no le está sirviendo. Nosotros sabíamos que la biometría y la identificación biométrica es esencial para la transhumancia. La decisión del señor registrador nacional, muy acertada por cierto, es que la máquina biométrica no se levanta. ¿Qué hicimos? Mandamos personal de la registraduría a las mesas donde había algún ruido o algún problema de estos, con iPad, y en una de las plataformas que les hablé del censo electoral, a la persona que no le leía la biometría le decíamos, ¿cuál es su número de cédula? Es que usted no está en este puesto, usted vota en DEF, o usted vota en Jalisco, usted vota en Oaxaca. Y se empezó a desvirtuar el tema de que las máquinas de biometría no sirven. Por eso es una de las grandes preocupaciones para la registraduría, y es tener el 100% de esas máquinas biométricas. Y lo otro es que el cierre de inscripción de cédulas para las elecciones, nosotros las tenemos un año antes de la elección, es decir, para este caso desde el 25 de octubre de 2014, y se cierran un mes antes de la elección, el 25 de septiembre de 2015. Ese mes es muy corto para nosotros investigar o para que el Consejo Nacional Electoral investigue si hay trasteo de votos. Estamos también en conversaciones para ver si hay una reforma a la ley 1475 del Código Electoral, para que ese plazo no sea un mes antes, sino mínimo 3 meses o 4 meses antes y se cierren las inscripciones, para que nosotros tengamos casi que tiempo de investigar si hay votos golondrinos o hay delito de transhumancia y pues de garantizarle a todas las personas a ejercer su derecho al voto. Este año afortunadamente en Colombia no hubo problemas de orden público con la guerrilla. Ustedes saben que llevamos más de 50 años en un proceso con la guerrilla de las FARC, donde siempre en las elecciones intimidaban a la población para que no saliera a votar. Este año, por un proceso que se adelanta actualmente en mi país, donde hay unos diálogos de paz, afortunadamente la insurgencia y la guerrilla no hizo de las suyas en los comicios y afortunadamente pues todo salió bien para nosotros. Esta es básicamente pues la experiencia que tiene mi país. Espero que para ustedes sea de agrado escuchar esto, que para nosotros nos enorgullece, para la Colombia es enorgullecedor tener este título de tercera entidad más transparente del país. Nos vamos también de acá con muchas ideas y con muchos proyectos que seguramente les haré hacer llegar a las directivas de la Registraduría Nacional. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. And now we will go to our last panelist, Notimba Jipueja. She's the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. Please.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much to our chairman and, of course, to ICPS and the Tribunal, Federal Tribunal of Mexico for arranging this very important conference. Yes, I will echo my fellow colleagues to say that there's no election without any problems. There are always challenges in elections. Let me start with some of the challenges that we have experienced, and I hope you'll indulge me because our major election was held last year, not this year. One of the main challenges that we had in the electoral cycle was that our delimitation commission was delayed in setting off. It's not part of the electoral commission, but it is a commission which is a presidential commission set up on a temporary basis. That commission it was set up at a late stage, which meant that our general voter registration, which has to take place every 10 years, was actually delayed. And that required us to go to Parliament to request an amendment to the law, not our own electoral law, but to the Regional and Local Authorities Acts, in order to extend the period within which we could hold our general voter registration. So that had to be done. We had to go to Parliament at a very late stage to get an amendment to the law to allow us to actually do the general voter registration within the time period. We had to actually extend the time period within which we could do that general voter registration. So that caused quite a bit of stress on the rest of the planning of the electoral cycle. Nevertheless, it was a successful process. We introduced biometric voter registration using AFIS matching, duplicate the fingerprints of our voters, and we produced smart cards for all the registered voters. We were very pleased to have 93% of the eligible voters. We received that information from our census. 93% of those who are eligible voters did actually come and get their voter registration cards, and these cards are even used by, recognized by financial institutions as a form of identification. We also found out that 45.5% of our registered voters are from the Y generation, those born after 1982. So that was also very important to find out that a large number of our young people had registered as voters. And our voter register is about 1.2 million, very small. Our population is only 2 million. We had other challenges. One of the other challenges, of course, was with the introduction of the EVM. We had a challenge in that when we bought the machines, there was no question of a verifiable paper audit trail. That was not an issue. But by the time we were now ready to make use of the machines, it had become an issue in India, in the Supreme Court. And therefore, it now became an issue among some of our stakeholders, although in the past we had conducted a lot of consultations with them. We had even traveled with parliamentarians to India and so forth, and they were basically on board. But now at the last minute, it became an issue, which we now had to tackle with our stakeholders, mostly political parties. And we had a number of discussions, also at very high level, at presidential level, of political parties, presidents of political parties, and at the end of the day, they agreed that we should proceed with our general elections using the EVM without the verifiable paper audit trail, although our law provides that it should be used, but that specific section is not in operation. So one of the very challenging situations we had 3 days before we went to elections, we had a court challenge where one of the political parties went to court on an urgent basis to request that the EVM should not be used in the elections. 3 days before elections, you can imagine, there was the court challenge in the High Court of Namibia. Fortunately for us, the court ruled that that specific section, which is in our electoral law requiring the use of the VVPAT, it is common practice in Namibia that you can have a clause in a law which is not in operation. So the court basically held that it was not required, that it is common practice in the country that you have legislation where certain sections are not operationalized until a certain stage. And therefore, the court held that we could proceed having the elections using the EVM. So that was a very big challenge for us, and fortunately we were able to resolve that, and we proceeded with our preparations while we were at the same time preparing court papers to ward off that specific court challenge. So that was a very, very stressful time for us as an electoral commission. But at the end of the day, it was actually a blessing in disguise to have that court judgment prior to the election and not after the election. So when we went ahead with the election, we were quite clear that the court has already held at the level of the High Court that it is legal for us in terms of our electoral law to use the electronic voting machine. One of the other challenges that we had was a strike. Well, it didn't actually end up being a strike, but some of the election officials, just a few days after they've completed their training, some of them refused to sign contracts, and they were indicating no, they were not happy with the pay, the amount of money they were going to receive, and so forth. And this is before being sent out to the various polling stations, and it went around. It became a sort of a snowball. From one training center to the other training center, this message went around, no, we're not happy with the pay, and we want to down tools. So we took a decision at the level of the commission, and we sent out a directive. It was a very bold directive, but basically we have our database of people who have also been trained in the past, and we basically sent out a directive that those who are not prepared to work, they should immediately inform their returning officers that they're not willing to work, so that we can immediately get other officials to come on board. When they realized that the commission was very serious and that we were not going to take any issues of requiring extra funding, which had not been budgeted for, people then started deciding, okay, we will actually then work. So some had actually left, and when they realized that we are not going to increase the payment, they started coming back slowly one by one. So that was also a very, very serious challenge for us at a time which was very close to the day of election. One of the important aspects of the voter registration that I have to mention is that with the biometric voter registration, we increased the integrity of our voters register, and for the first time we did not have any objections to the voter register at all, which was very, very surprising, but we had no objections at all to the entire voter register. We have normally a voter an objection period where people can object to the voters register, to anybody who's on the voters register. And we were able to remove duplicates through APHIS matching, and also any people who had died prior to the final registration publication of the voters register. One of the other important aspects was the reform of the law. We reformed our electoral law in conjunction with the Law Reform Commission of Namibia. And the act actually only came into force about a month before the election, which was a challenge because we did not then have, of course, sufficient time to educate political parties and so forth on the new elements of the act. It was good to have the law reform, but we must admit that to have it so close to the election, to only have it finalized a month before elections was really a challenge. It was a serious challenge, and we could not fully inform all our electorate about the various challenges, various changes to the Act. One of the advantages is that the electoral management body has been elevated to a constitutional body, so that was a plus for us as an electoral commission. One of the other pluses for us is that we had no court challenge after the election, which is very uncommon in Namibia. All the other years, we always had court challenges with regard to results and so forth. But for the first time, we had no court challenge challenging the result of the election. That was a plus for us. We also found it very good that we were able to have the results very speedily due to the use of the EVM. We had results virtually immediately after the close of the poll. And the other advantage was that in the past we used to have quite a number of spoiled ballots and rejected ballots. In 2009 we had 12,000 spoiled ballots, which was actually tantamount to one seat in the National Assembly, which was quite substantial. So this was one of the advantages of having the EVM was that we now don't any longer have any spoiled ballots in our election. We will be also introducing, we have made a commitment to our political parties that in future we will be introducing the verifiable paper audit trail, which has not been used in the past elections, but we have made that commitment that we will be introducing that. As from next year, we will enter into discussions with our stakeholders to agree on the specifications that would be required. And from there, we will then go into the aspect of design discussions with the manufacturers, and probably by 2017, we would then be piloting, we would then start using the EVM with the verifiable paper audit trail. So I think thank you very much. I can leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have gone to the limit of our time for this session, so I apologize, but we won't have time for questions. But so this evening, perhaps, you can think a little bit more, and then you can come and talk to each one of them. But the bottom line is good news. They're doing great things. So thank you all for a fascinating panel. We're going to take a very, very short break, like 2 minutes, just so that we can switch. And I'd like to ask our last panelists to start making their way towards the podium. Amber McReynolds, Ronald Schwa, Christy McCormick, and Joseph Laudenhauf. Thank you. Oh, one other thing I wanted to mention is the time. At 6. I've talked with all of our panelists, and everyone has agreed they're going to be brilliant and brief. And I'm going to start off with the lead question that is the topic of the panel. The value of the vote. Are all votes of equal value when electing representatives? And so then we should have at least 20 minutes for your questions. So we will do that. And in the meantime, I'm also going to call on Vasu Mohan in the back. He's already asked to offer an intervention. So with that, I want to take the opportunity to thank all of our panelists. We're very honored to have them here with us today. Amber McReynolds, who is the director of the Denver election office, and I used to live in Colorado Springs, just down the road, about an hour and a half from there. And we'd actually met several years ago when I was doing some work for, after I'd left as president of IFAS, but I was doing some consulting work for them. We have Ronald Chua, who's a member of the COMELEC, the Commission on Elections in the Philippines. And then we have Christy McCormick, who is the chair of the Election Assistance Commission in the United States. And we're delighted that she was able to come in and be with us for this. And finally, Josef Landenhoff, and he is representing the Young European Federalists that's based in Vienna, Austria. So with that, I will go first ask Amber to lead off and offer any interventions she has, and then we'll ask our other panel members, and when they're all finished, then we'll go to your questions. Amber.
Well, good afternoon, and welcome to the final panel of the day. So I know everybody's anxious to go to dinner tonight. We're very pleased to be here. I'm from Denver, Colorado in the United States, and our office has primarily focused on improving the voters' experience and looking at it from a customer perspective. And we very much have sort of put our vision and our framework around improving that voters' experience, and feel that voter equality is achieved by, as we improve different services and different policies and different processes for the voters, we can get to a better place where all votes are equal. And a couple things that I just wanted to highlight. Within the United States, there are various differences across states with how voter registration works, how voting laws are applied. And even though at the federal level we have various policies, the Help America Vote Act was mentioned, National Voter Registration Act, and that sort of deals with voter registration, states tend to implement those sort of policies from the federal level in different ways. And so from my perspective as a local election administrator, I truly believe that we can get to a better place of voter equality being achieved when we can innovate from a policy perspective, when we can achieve service innovation and better enhance the voters' experience, and get to a better place where policies and processes are more consistent across the board in various elections. And I think also looking at it from a comprehensive perspective, so beginning with voter registration and how you sort of deal with your registration of voters all the way through the voting process, vote equality matters in all of those realms. And looking at it from a comprehensive perspective, I think can get us into a more achievable place of voter equality and consistency amongst the process as well as the policy. In the United States, there's a couple states that have started to look at automatic voter registration, which I think in a lot of ways diminishes the differences and the inequality amongst states in terms of how voter registration laws are applied. So that's a positive thing happening in the United States. And then overall, the legal framework around voter registration as well as voting and how we can make that more consistent from a policy perspective, but then also at the local level and where elections are actually administered in the United States from a process perspective. And a couple examples, so policy, voter registration, and obviously voting laws, and then from a process perspective, how we at the local level achieve process implementations for accessible voting, so voters with disabilities or elderly voters, any voter that has maybe more difficult obstacles in front of them than the normal population, as well as our overseas and military voters. And there's been a lot done in terms of the federal laws and regulations around overseas and military voters, but again, it's being implemented in different ways in different states, and so the process matters when it comes to how we achieve sort of voters being treated equally and there being a vote equality across the United States. So our focus collectively, I think, as election professionals in the industry should be to innovate from a service perspective, innovate from a policy perspective, and innovate from a technology perspective to continuously improve our path to achieving voter equality. So thank you.
Thank you, Amber. That was excellent and brief. Wonderful. Now we will go to our next speaker, Ronald Chua, Commissioner from the Presidential Commission on Good Government in the Philippines and member of the COMELEC.
Okay, good afternoon. I will dispense with the usual formalities to save time. Well, basically for voters' equality, it sounds very simple. One person should have one vote. But if you dig deeper, then you see all the problems. I'll be discussing just a few of the problems that I see. First is that globally, there is actually no standards on the system where representatives are being elected. Okay? Let us say, for example, in some countries, representatives are elected based on the number of population in the local government unit or in the political subdivision. Others will count the voting population and not the entire population of the local government unit. Some will only count citizens, and some will only allow registered voters. Some will give a seat in their government based on geographical location or the political subdivisions. So in that scenario, there can be a lot of problems when it comes to voter equality. Why? Because let us say if the representatives are voted based on population, then you can have, let us say, for example, 250,000 resident in a city, but only 50,000 would vote. And then you will have another city which has 250,000 residents, but will have 100,000 voters. So in that case, the vote of the 50,000 will actually be twice already of the vote of the resident from the second political district. Also, let us say, for example, for geographical locations, there will be some areas, rural areas, that are allocated seats in government, but will have substantially less population. There are countries which have a representative for a local government unit representing only about 20,000 to 25,000 residents. Next is the system of government. Okay. If we look deeper again, if your vote is counted for your representative, there will actually be a domino effect afterwards. Let us say, for example, if you elect your representative to Congress, and then it will be Congress, your representatives in Congress who will elect other officials in the government, then the in the first example I gave, wherein the vote of the people from the first local government unit is already twice that of the second, you will have a domino effect because your representative now will have the same vote. Third will be the election laws. There are countries, US is one of them, that will allocate, you call electoral votes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that there is a chance, and in fact it already happened, that you will have the minority president, wherein the president who got more votes is not the winner of that particular election, simply because the other candidate was able to get the higher electoral votes. And that is a problem also when it comes to voter equality, simply because what determined the winner of that particular election is the system, not the actual vote of the people. Fourth is this, I think, is this issue is often overlooked. There are countries who do not conduct regular census. Okay. In all the factors to be considered, census will normally be the basis of the number of representatives a place will have. And there are countries that will not conduct census in 5 and maybe even more years. And that will create problems simply because the conditions now and 5 years from now will be different. And in that aspect, the equality of votes are affected. Lastly, I would also like to mention the role of technological advancement in voter equality. There are allegations in a lot of countries wherein after shifting to automation, there will be allegations as to the integrity of the system used, whether the votes are in fact counted. There are reports in one country that it seems that the machine, all the districts had the 50, 30, 20 breakdown for the votes, meaning one political party will get plus minus 50% of the votes, and then the second political party will get plus minus 30%, and then the third political party will get plus minus 20% to make up for the whole 100%. So with these kinds of allegations, because based on reports, it seems that it is impossible to have the same proportion in all of the political districts. So the role of technology, although it helps a lot, we also have to make sure that it will guard voter equality. I will stop there for now and then maybe just answer questions later.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we will go to our next speaker, Christy McCormick, who is the chairperson of the United States Election Assistance Commission.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you to ICPS and to the Electoral Tribunal of the Federal Judiciary of Mexico for giving us the opportunity to be here. The as was mentioned earlier by John Fortier, the U.S. Election Assistance Commission does not have the authority to run or conduct elections in the United States. However, it is one of two bodies in the federal government of the United States that somewhat oversees elections. One is the Federal Election Commission, which deals exclusively with campaign finance. And then there's my agency, which is the Election Assistance Commission. And the Election Assistance Commission deals exclusively with election administration matters. I would think if you listen to the United States media anyway, and maybe some of this seeps out across the world as well, you'd think that the biggest issue in the United States would be the disenfranchisement of people who don't have voter identification. In fact, one of the roles of the Election Assistance Commission is to collect all the statistics for the 50 states and 5 territories. And the greatest disenfranchisement in value of votes is to the overseas voter and military service member voter. Those voters have a problem getting registered to vote, and they have an even bigger problem getting their ballots back into the United States after they've been transmitted to wherever they are in the world. We have a patchwork of state laws and federal laws, which create some issues, as Amber mentioned. Under our federal law, the states have to send out ballots before a federal election at least 45 days in advance of that election, so that those ballots are supposed to be able to come back in time for the election to be counted. The patchwork of state laws creates some issues with that. We only have 2 states that allow ballots to be returned by internet or email. We have 22 states that allow email or facsimile. We have 7 states that only allow facsimile, and 19 states where no electronic transmission is allowed, and voters must return the ballots by postal mail or they must vote in person. So what happens is that only 35% of the ballots in total are returned to back to the United States for counting. And of those 35%, most are actually counted, about 95% of them, but those that aren't counted are not counted by reason of not being received in time to be counted for the election. So there's a big problem in the U.S. with disenfranchisement of these folks. And I would say the second group of people are those who are disabled voters or voters with disabilities. The Help America Vote Act, which is the law that created the U.S. Election Assistance Commission, also requires that there be voters with disabilities are to be able to vote independently, privately, and on an equal basis with all the other voters. HAVA has been seen, Help America Vote Act has been seen by the disability community as a civil rights bill, and it has yet to be completely fulfilled. We still have a lot of problems with accessibility and voters with disabilities being able to get to the polls and to use the voting systems that are available. HAVA required that there be at least one accessible voting machine in each polling place, and largely that has been fulfilled. And the problem, though, is that poll workers don't know how to use this machine. It sits in the back of the room. It doesn't get set up. It's a problem with people voting privately on it because usually the voter who votes on it with disabilities is the only voter in that precinct that's voting on the machine. So everyone knows whose vote is on that machine, and they know how they have voted. The Election Assistance Commission has funded some grant work on working on accessibility issues, and that's actually been quite positive. We've established, through this work, there have been over 40 improvements to voting systems and accessibility for voters with disabilities, whether it's open source software or small physical changes, such as the size of booths or colors or type size on the voting systems. The Election Assistance Commission is responsible in the United States for setting the voting system guidelines. The guidelines up until this year, when we have a new full slate of commissioners, we went 3 years without a quorum of commissioners. Up until this year, those standards were written to 2005 standards, which means that they were written 3 years before the iPhone went on the market. So the standards for voting systems in the United States are very, very old. We updated them slightly this year, but we're going to have to do a complete rewrite to take advantage of all the technological advances that have been made in the last 10 years. And we have started working on that, and we will include folks from the disabled community and the accessibility community to help us work on that. Then the last thing I want to touch on is that there's a big case coming up in the United States that actually touches on some of the items that Ronald talked about. It's called Evenwell versus Abbott, and it's going to be argued in the United States Supreme Court on December 8th. And this has to do with some plaintiffs who live in a couple of counties in Texas, and they have made the case that their votes are weighted less than other votes from other districts in Texas. In fact, their votes, if you take the different populations of the different districts in Texas, their votes are worth about half of what other votes are worth in other districts in Texas. The state of Texas uses total population to determine its districts, which it has every right to do. There's no requirement to draw those districts in a particular way. But when you use total population, that includes non-citizens, temporary residents, military bases, and oftentimes prisons. And in the United States, most states do not allow felons to vote. So that affects the calculation of how much a vote is worth in each district. The U.S. Constitution requires equal districts for our congressional seats, and generally our congressional seats are very close in population, almost to the person, are equal in the number of persons. However, on the state level, the states can have districts that vary, the deviation can be somewhere between 5 and 10%, which is pretty large. If the state hits 10%, it's considered to be de facto discrimination. So the question then becomes, what is the correct population to use when drawing up districts? Since the early 1960s, the Supreme Court has said the standard is one person, one vote. They did not define what that is. It actually came out of the fact that rural districts in the United States had greater weight than urban districts because of the number of voters. But we don't know what the Supreme Court's going to say. Is it going to be registered voters, citizen voting age population, citizen eligible voting age population, all population? We don't know. Is the question, is it representation for all people or for just electoral equality? Does the right belong to the individual voter or to the overall representation of the population? And just one more example of this, in Kings County, New York, which is Manhattan, they only have about 78% citizen population. In Nassau County, right next to, very close to New York City, they have a 91% citizen population. So you can see this is going to affect some very populous areas in the United States. It may eliminate, if the Supreme Court finds for the plaintiffs, approximately 5 districts in California. So, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. It's interesting that they took this case in an election year for us, because if they decide that the plaintiffs are correct and they need to redistrict, will that redistricting happen before the U.S. presidential election? And can it happen before the U.S. presidential election? So we've got some interesting things. We have a lot of questions on equality of the vote in the United States, and we're working on some as a commission, and then we'll see what our United States Supreme Court says. So I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine. And now we turn to our last panelist, Josef Lidenhoff. He's with the Young European Federalists based in Vienna, Austria. Josef.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, also for being attentive until now. We are the last panel, and it's a great honor to speak here at this wonderful conference and giving a little bit of our contribution, of our impressions of the words to show you what our work is and what we do. I, for my part, work for the European Federalists as a media seminar trainer. So we offer 3 days courses for pupils for media education and for political education, since there is no political education in schools compulsory or on schedule. We offer these courses for free, and people can come from all the regions in Austria to attend our courses in Vienna, and they get the train paid and the sleeping possibilities, whatever they need, so everybody can attend it, no matter what their income is or their parents' income is. And because we don't have this education in schools, I suppose a lot of schools offer history, geography, whatever, but few people in that age do get to know about political processes happening in the European Union, how is a law fixed and what has to be done that it comes to a process like this, how are decisions taken. So, since 2007 in Austria, we have the right that people can elect when they are 16. So there are regions in Germany for the local areas where people can vote with 16, but Austria is the only country in Europe where 16 years old people can elect. And we chose that as a topic to create a campaign to raise awareness for the young people and to raise their interest in political questions and empower them. So to show that it's not a duty of a person in Austria, but also that it's their right. And for that we chose to address the first-time voters or the young voters with a peer-to-peer campaign, and we invited experts and journalists and politicians to work together with the pupils to create their own weblog, because usually when we think of political campaigning we have like texters and campaign designers, whatever, and they bring up a topic, but these are professionals, and we wanted to like involve the pupils in more or less their own campaign or their own weblog to write before the elections to the European Parliament in 2014. Therefore we set up a weblog which was called www.eu2014.at, where they could publish and edit their own stories, their own interviews, their own concerns or values before the election took place, where they could elect for the first time. So this comes up to our panel's topic, I suppose, whether elections are to be valued equal concerning the representatives that are elected. And of course, when I talk with the pupils in the workshops, I see that they have a quite good feeling and a quite good sense for whether they, let's say, elect one of their representatives at a local region, at the school, just to speak for them as a school speaker, as a class speaker. But for European Parliament elections, it was a completely new topic to involve them at the European level, because, as I said, a lot of people have, in this age at least, so they are between 14 and 17, to give you an idea about how old these pupils are. They have a little idea about how policy and politics work on a local area or in a national area, but they don't have a clue about what is going on a European level. And that was our challenge, to introduce them to. And therefore we also chose quite unconventional ideas, I would say, such as politicians speed dating. I don't know if you have an idea what that could be, but if you have been to Vienna, maybe you know the Riesenrad, which is a sightseeing spot, main sightseeing spot. It's like a big wheel where you can get into a little cabin, and you will go over Vienna, and you have a beautiful view for 20 minutes, and then you are down again. And we invited politicians to stay with the pupils for one ride, and to be open to their questions and their concerns and their ideas. And that was a big success that we will also do in other times, because it was also good for the politicians. We got great feedback from both sides, one the pupils and the politicians. And so mainly this is just a short and brief overview over our work. And I want to thank you another time for your engagement in our attempt to give our best to improve electoral processes, probably, or I would say, in the knowledge that it's a goal that we set ourselves that will always bring up new challenges to us, and that will never be completely fulfilled. Thank you.
Vielen Dank. So now we will open the floor, and the first intervention goes to Vasu Mohan from IFAS.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you to the panelists for an excellent presentation. This is not a question, this is a comment, and I will keep it very brief. I want to touch on, I'm sure those of you who are following the news are seeing what's happening in Paris right now, series of terrorist attacks, over 40 people killed. Things are sort of unfolding as we speak. It's really interesting. This happens a lot in the world that we live in today. And as a community of democracy promoters, I think it's extremely important for us to think about why we do what we do. The technicalities are very important. The process is very important. The legal framework is very important. Fundamentally, we do this because every human being has the right, and it's unlike all the other UN conventions and treaties, the sort of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is not a convention or a treaty, it's a declaration. Every person has a right to determine who governs them and how they are governed. This is what underlies what we do. And when we get this right, this becomes a powerful tool to prevent extremism, to prevent violence, to prevent marginalization. And I think the one person, one vote, idea, this value that each person's vote is important, has dimensions that are not just good for election administration, but for democracy itself, and for countries, and for national security. So at IFAS's work, I lead a team of colleagues who look at election security. And I have always been, trying to make this connection between this notion of one person, one vote, to this idea of security. If you're trying to prevent violence, we are already several steps behind the game. I think the idea is to increase enfranchisement. And so when you look at good civic education, good voter education, elections run with integrity, commissions that actually have the confidence of people, as we talked about earlier, these are the biggest antidotes to preventing extremism, to preventing marginalization and violence in our communities. And I want to make sure that this point is not lost. Sometimes we can talk about the technicalities of what we do, and it's extremely important, but it's really important to keep the long-term picture in mind why we do this. Good elections, good democratic processes are the biggest bulwark that we have against radicalization, against marginalization. So there's these steps, right? There's apathy and disengagement, which leads to marginalization, which then provides a fertile ground for radicalization and then leads to violence. I think this connection is extremely important to remember, not because of paranoia or prejudice or anything, but simply because country after country, where we look at where do we have the biggest fault lines for electoral violence or for disenfranchisement, it's clear populations that are not engaged. And I was really glad this morning, Chandler had this presentation. He started out with the international legal framework that underpins our work. The basic, there are a couple of things that we touched on that we normally don't talk about. Rights of migrants. Rights of people who are maybe economic migrants, maybe political migrants, but they're in a place where they are not registered, they are not accounted for, and we still don't have a good dialogue, global dialogue, in terms of what are the rights. The convention basically guarantees people the right to, sort of vote in their homeland, but what about in their current areas of location? Many people have left their homelands and they've left for good. So how do we capture that population and keep them engaged in the democratic process of not only the countries they left behind, but also the places where they're residing in? 300 million migrant workers in China who are not part of a registered system. This is actually increasing in many parts of the world. So I think it's really important to keep that connection in mind, that the work that we do is probably some of the most effective counter-radicalization work that there is. So this outreach for young voters, the outreach for schools, earlier this morning we were talking about Georgia, Palestine. A lot of this work that we are doing truly has a dimension beyond just the electoral cycle. So I just wanted to make that point because
Thank you for helping pull it together and keeping us focused on the end game democracy. Taking the question or intervention. Here we have one in the back here.
Okay, so the UK has a really big problem with increasingly angry and demotivated voters, and the protest vote, i.e. not voting, is becoming a really big problem. How do we combat this?
Any of you like to respond?
Yeah, I think on a couple of things there, and I actually lived in London for a couple of years and worked on election-related policy while I was in graduate school. A couple things on that, and this sort of goes back to the point that was just made about radicalization, but I think we're sort of starting with who do we serve and why, and then building the system sort of to accommodate that. And I think what at least traditionally has happened is, there's sort of this top-down, figure out what the law is, and somehow either trying to leave people out or limit access in some way. And I feel like sort of reversing that to say, who do we serve and why, and how do we sort of make the experience what it should be for the voter so that they can participate in the democratic process and they can achieve their right as a citizen regardless of where they are. And then I think the other key is education around the process and how it's accessible and the fairness of it too, because a lot of people that try to impede the process in whatever way, whether it's a violent way or what have you that's inappropriate, it could be that they're doing that because either they don't feel their voice is heard, or there's confusion about what the process is, or there's a communication gap potentially. And so I think educating about how we are as a citizen and how that impacts sort of the body as a whole is important.
Well, for me, I think I would go to the first point I made earlier, that it's very important to have standards, a global standard, so that each country will just somehow follow. Of course, we have to respect the sovereignty of each country, but if there will be a standard for questions like who can vote, how they can vote, then these problems can be eliminated.
I'll just say that I think what Amber touched on, education is huge. We, at least in the United States, don't really have civic education anymore. And I think that one of the things we need to do around the world is to reinforce the idea of the sanctity of the vote and how important it is and what a privilege it is that we get to elect our representatives in our governments. And I think that we've lost some of that over the last 20 to 25 years, and I think we need to work on fixing that problem. I think education it would be extremely important toward working on that.
I see that quite similar. And I want to add that, yeah, thanks for that engaged speech before. I think it's, as Rebecca, as you said, it's about inclusion and about credibility as well. How do you get people to identify with your values, or to share their values at least, their own values, and to include them. And to me, yeah, as it was said as well, if you have to prevent violence, you're already steps behind. So we have to build up sustainable structures and integrating structures before, and to give possibilities to young people, not only young people, but these are the people that make more problems, probably. They make riots or whatever when they feel that they are somehow neglected. It doesn't mean that we actively neglect them, but they feel that they cannot contribute anything, and that ends up into violence. For me, therefore, it is a great job and a great occasion to work in this field, because it's an area where, independent from party membership or from religious confession, though we have people that belong to parties or that practice, of course, their beliefs, independent from that, you belong to a society or to a circle where you can work together and try out something new. And this is also an area where I met people that I probably usually would not meet or would not longer talk to. Is not, but there are people that don't happen to meet if you don't go to the same, as I said, let's say restaurants or meetings. And in this wider framework of the Federalists, different ideologies, different ideas, people from different backgrounds can meet and work together. And this is also the idea of unification in diversity. And so if it could happen, if we can manage somehow and in little steps to include these people and to give them a voice, and that can happen also with, for instance, like to write out, how do you say, competitive video, to give them the possibilities. Everybody has a smartphone. Show us your values, or you have to precisely write a slogan or whatever, but they can do a video about their favorite sports or whatever. Or we had today the question, what's your favorite animal? And then say why it's your favorite animal and why the others should believe you that it is this. So I have the hope that we will find new ideas also maybe in this conference, and to really get something new done and hopefully change something for the better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Oh, yes. And then we'll come back to you.
Well, once more, all protocol duly respected. It's not really a question. I'm a little bit worried, and a little bit worried because in the world, or from where I come from, it's not necessarily these high-level talks we hold everywhere, where we all understand English and French, where we all understand the principles of what a democratic process is all about when it comes to elections. From where I come from, we have people who don't understand English nor French. We have people who don't understand Pidgin or the lingua franca. We have people who don't hear, because I'm focal point for persons with disabilities, gender, amongst other things, and I sit on the UN, the UNDAF, United Nations Development Assistance Framework Board for my country for the next 3 years. From where I come from, we have people who don't see and who are voting age, 20 years in my country. From where I come from, we have people who are of little stature, and this table would be a problem to them when it comes to voting. So there's a problem of inaccessibility. We've been talking here, and I'm a little bit worried because I'm in Mexico. I know they have the Incas, the Aztecs, and they have wonderful examples when it comes to inclusion, when it comes to accessibility. I would have loved the Mexicans to tell us how it works, because I have nomadic people in my country who breed cows and who follow their cows no matter what you do. If you're going to register them here today, you might not see them there tomorrow. From where I come from, the deaf would not get you, and 48% of the 3 million persons with disabilities in my country are deaf. So all what we've been doing here, no sign language, yes, we don't have deaf people in the hall, but it's high time we address that. I first have started a campaign about 100 strong billion people with disabilities in the world. And if we look at what's happening around us, in France, I'm sure there'll be people who would live from today with disabilities. That's the real world. So let's look at elections too from that perspective. Let's consider brothers who don't understand English and French. Let's look at those people, the pygmies in my country, who are just discovering what elections is all about. And I would love ICPS and other training organizations to look at that and look at the sociocultural realities of these people. Ballot papers, yes. When you're talking about your iPhones when it comes to voting, there are people who don't have fingers. Let's think about that. The people who have never seen light, who don't know what electricity is all about, who don't know what this projector is all about. And if you put a voting machine like that, because they're too short, they can't vote. They don't even know how to go about it. Their sociocultural realities make them fear your equipment. How do you handle that? I-Tech, yes. Social media network, yes. How many people in my country know about that? 60% of the population is rural. So I want us to start looking at things from that perspective, because that's where the political parties can get potential voters, and things can change. So it starts with civic education. I've listened to all of that fabulous ideas, but I'm now talking from my heart and from what I do on a daily basis as focal point for persons with disabilities. Spend time with them. Ask a person of little stature why he can't sit down and stand on a line for long. He has had problems. It's natural. He can't line up. What about pregnant women with problems? They are, I call them occasional persons with disabilities. Sometimes they can't line up. Do we consider, how about people of how they call them, troisième âge, comment on les appelle? The age people. It's a problem. Let's look at that. And then maybe we'll start having more people. Let's look at Africa with our realities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your intervention and helping to keep us focused. Please.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to raise 2 issues or 3. Amber, Christy, you may assist here. The first is my worry that the party primaries and leading up to the conventions of both political parties, you discover that there's virtually no censorship, no moderation. Hate speech, political rhetorics, and all of this heightened political rhetorics. And there's really nobody to mediate in this space. Rather, you have either right-wing media or moderate media, and just taking that space. Fox News, MSNBC, all of them, all the right-wing group, what's this guy's name in Indiana, the radio show, talk show guy, this famous conservative right-wing, famous talk,
Rush
radio.
Limbaugh?
Rush Limbaugh, that's the guy, that's the lie. Rush Limbaugh, you know, these are the people that just take over the wave. And there's nobody who's moderating, there's nobody who's checking the wave. And so where then are the guidelines? And how do they apply in concrete sense? I just think that somehow there's need, some subtle means and so on. We only see enforcement where there are campaign finance violations, for example. And then when some ethical issues are raised about individuals and so on, maybe, to and so on. I think there's a problem there, and it's just like an open space that is not really quite so good. And you can see what is happening now with the current debates and the kinds of things that have been thrown out there and so on. And nobody's really moderating that space. And I think there's a fundamental problem that you need to moderate the electoral space in America during the primaries and during the proper campaigns in a way that will reduce the political rhetoric, hate speech, and other forms of violation. And I think somehow, whether it is at the federal level or at the state level, there should be certain things. We shouldn't just say, you can go become an issue of litigation, you have to go to the courts, and so forth and so on. I think much more needs to be done in this regard.
Thank you.
So that's what I'm asking.
Thank you, and this will be the last intervention from the floor.
Well, I just want to say there's no question that the United States is a very unusual and different place, and we have a very fractured system. However, we do have a number of federal bodies that do enforce. One is the Department of Justice. I worked in the Department of Justice voting section for 8 years enforcing voting laws. It is not the be-all and end-all of answering some of those problems, but it is the Department of Justice's responsibility to enforce the voting laws in the United States. The Federal Election Commission is the group that would look at spending and what is considered campaigning and whether it's within the laws of the United States. Obviously we have a very interesting system. Our Congress sets the federal laws, our states set their state laws, and we have a vast difference between states. And I think just part of it is the character of Americans. We don't trust our government. We want things on the local level. And I think that, states would be very upset if the federal government stepped in and tried to tell them how to run elections. And because in our Constitution leaves that to the states. So I agree with you, we have a lot of problems. We still manage to get through our elections, and we find justice in different ways than some other places in the world. But I'm still proud to be an American, and I think we in spite of our problems, have a good system.
With that, thank you very much, Christy, and to all of our panelists. I think they've done a brilliant job at responding to the second, you were reminded to leave the translation equipment with you. We don't want you to take it to the room and drop it in the bathtub. It won't work too well. Then the last thing is tomorrow morning we will reconvene in this room at 9:30. So thanks again to everyone. It's been a great day, and we again appreciate all of you making the great effort of making the journey here. Thank you and goodbye. We'll see you tonight. Thank you, you were great.